Thanksgiving and
all of that.
Advent. Yeah. So, and then this is the end of the ministerial year for the local church. So
Thanksgiving
there's
and Advent, yeah.
meetings.
Yeah, and you close
this
that
is the
window.
end of the ministerial year. But
Did I close it? I think I did. Okay. But we're still together.
hey, Dan, you're in the dark. Hey, Nathan,
Hello.
welcome back.
Thank you.
You look refreshed.
I am refreshed.
How was the jumping off the plane?
Uh, well, no planes this time, but
Oh, okay.
That doesn't sound very relaxing to me. Let's
I'd
just
be
get
interested.
ourselves some hot tea and jump off a plane.
Ah, so that's your idea of self-care, huh, Dan?
Guess who's behind me?
You doing all right, Dan?
I'm doing good.
Good. Yeah, the self-care does work, as you can see on Nathan. Yeah. Lisa's
Weekend,
come.
I'm going to go to Pismo Beach and just kind of hang around.
Yeah, that's my favorite beach too. It's not developed much, so that's one of the reasons why I like that. I have a friend, no, two friends there next to Pismo Beach in Santa Maria,
Yeah.
Alfredo, and then Michael, and also Romeo. Yeah, three of them are there.
Up until about 10 years ago, I was in San Maria managing apartment building over there.
Really? Oh,
So I get back,
that's where you were.
yeah,
Okay.
left about 2017.
Okay. Hi, Lisa.
Hello,
How are you?
good and you?
I'm good. How's your church?
Good.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Lisa.
So, Lisa, I'm assuming you're in your room at home.
Yeah, where I do my sermons, yeah.
Oh, I see.
hmm
We're waiting for Kelly. While waiting for Kelly, is there anybody who wants to share some incidents, anecdotes, stories, passion, anxiety, concern in your mind? Hi, Kelly. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, we just began, and then I'm asking people if they have something to share, off of their heart, so they can be here fully. Any enjoyment, excitement, concern,
I put my wife
anxiety.
on, I put my wife on the plane for Thailand last
Yay.
last weekend. So I now have full control of the remote control.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the dream of hubbies. We hubbies dream about that. Right. Good for you, Dan. Enjoy that full control of the remote control.
So my family had a really difficult weekend. My stepdaughter's boyfriend was tragically killed in a car accident this weekend. He was only 20 years old. So we've just had a really hard week. We've just been trying to spend time with each other and she's doing okay, but I think she's still really processing a lot. Like she's driven to the site where the accident happened a few times, and it's just been really quiet, really reflective. Um, that first night when we got the call at like 2 a.m. on Saturday night that had happened, and of course she was just completely distraught. So it's just been kind of a rough weekend, and I think kind of what makes matters worse is her birthday's this Friday.
Oh.
So, I think this is something that it's going to be in her memory bank forever.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
Sorry for your loss. I'll keep you in my thoughts and prayers, Kelly.
thank you so much. Yes, please pray for his family. His name was Jacob, and my stepdaughter's name is Landry. Um, and like I said, he was just a young man, 20 years old, and he missed a
Hmm.
stop sign, ran through the stop sign,
Oh,
and he was hit. So,
that's heartbreaking news. Hmm. Yeah, it affects the whole family. Yeah. Hmm.
How
But
are you doing right now, Kelly?
I'm feeling okay. It's kind of like one of those things like that has happened, but you can't fully process that it's happened yet, you know? So it's there, but it doesn't feel quite real. Um, and I feel like a lot when people are suddenly gone. I feel like our whole family will have more closure after the funeral on Saturday.
Yeah, an opportunity to really sit in your grief a little. Definitely keeping you all in prayer. What time is the funeral on Saturday?
It's at noon.
So especially praying at that time.
Thank you.
Glad you're able to come with everything going on with you. And thank you for sharing.
Thank you all. I appreciate your prayers and your support for sure.
I appreciate you show up in the midst of this loss.
Are you sleeping? Able to take care of yourself?
Oh yeah, I've been doing really well, honestly. Like, um, definitely more of my concern is for my stepdaughter and how she's processing everything. But um, overall, I feel like it's been normal, healthy, coping. So
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to share before we begin? Right. Let me share our schedule for today. Can you believe we're in, I think, week 11? Yeah, working week 11. we're gonna do the verbatim number 4. Okay, and IPG. And then next week will be verbatim 5. Okay, very simple. Today I'm gonna invite Reverend Donna to officiate the whole process. Okay, Donna.
Oh, it sounds so formal. I'm officiating the process. Who would like to go first? You guys got this process down pat. Okay, maybe like is the wrong word. Who's willing to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, Nathan, take it away.
Let me pull it up here. And share. All right. The size good for everybody? Yeah, all right. So, patient's initials are KA, 65-year-old female. Primary support person is her friend. Diagnosis at the time was not listed. Race or ethnic group is white. Religions listed as Christian. This visit was the 29th of October. This happened in the emergency department. It's approximately a 45-minute visit, and this was my first visit with this patient. As for what I would like you to focus on today, so given the context of the situation, which we will go through, what are the best ways to provide spiritual care? And the ways you can help me with this is offer honest feedback about what could be improved. Additionally, if you have any personal experiences to share with situations that might be somewhat similar, that would be very much appreciated. Here's some of the outcomes or indicators that I thought were addressed by this verbatim, but I'll get started in the background here. So after the spiritual care team safety huddle, I had about an hour left before I needed to go to a doctor's appointment. That's very important. When I checked Epic, I noticed there was a referral in the emergency department. Since this is my assigned unit, I volunteered to take care of it since I thought I would have plenty of time to conduct the visit and chart before leaving for my appointment. When I arrived down in the emergency department, I checked in with the assigned nurse first because the patient was located in the behavioral health section of the ED, and I was not 100% sure of the situation since there was not much information in her chart at the time. The attending nurse let me know that the patient was quite talkative and often mentioned spiritual or religious topics in conversation. However, she also mentioned that the patient had some masses in her brain, which may be impacting her behavior. I decided to assess the situation for myself and see how I could provide support. Upon entering the room, I noticed that there were 3 patients in separate beds throughout various parts of the room. KA in particular was located closest to the window, which is also the farthest from the door. Initially, she was looking out of the window as she was sitting up in the hospital bed. There were no personal items at her bedside as far as I could tell, and it did not appear that she was connected to an IV or any other machinery. Personal status. So at the start of the visit, I felt like I had sufficient capacity for this visit. I was a little hungry, but since I had my doctor's appointment in an hour, I decided that I would go home and eat directly after my appointment. But I was pretty much doing fine. The plan. I had no plan upon entering this visit. I just wanted to provide spiritual or emotional support for KA to the best of my ability. For the visit itself, I just need a chaplain and patient. Who would be willing to volunteer to be chaplain?
I'll be your chaplain today.
Thank you, Dan. And who would be willing to be patient?
I can.
Thank you, Lisa. So, Dan, you can go ahead and take it away.
Hi, KA. May I come in?
She smiles.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're good. No, you're good.
Absolutely.
My name is Nathan. I'm an interfaith chaplain here at the hospital. I was wondering if now would be okay time to check in and see how you're doing.
Yes, it is very lovely to meet you. My name is KA, and I'm hoping to get discharged from the hospital soon. I would very much like to go home, you see.
KA begins to share about her health journey. At this time, I assess that KA wants someone to listen to her. Thus, I decide to listen empathically and offer empathic responses as the opportunity allows. However, KA begins to jump from topic to topic. She begins with her health, transitions to talking about her best friend and then her childhood. As she is talking, I'm trying to assess where she is leading me and if there are common themes in her stories.
Squirrel.
There is a squirrel that walks across the ledge outside of the window.
Sorry about sorry about that. I'm glad to be here next to the window, though though since I get to see all the fun stuff happening outside now.
KA immediately continues where she left off. She continues talking about her childhood, faith, and her family. As she is talking, she continues to jump from one tangent to another, then circles back to the main topic. She pretty much talks nonstop for about 10 to 15 minutes. And during this time, I'm continuing to assess where she is leading me and trying to find common themes. I offer short remarks every so often to show I am listening and to offer empathy as well. Eventually, I start looking for places to jump in the conversation. However, she is not taking pauses as she continues to talk. I then encounter my own countertransference in this moment. I am reminded of an encounter I had during my first on-site visit in Unit 1 with Reverend Joseph. At that time, the patient continued to talk and talk and talk. In the moment, I thought active listening meant just listening without interruption. Thus, I allowed him to continue talking without end. Eventually, Reverend Joseph had to step in and help me conclude the visit. Later, Reverend Joseph let me know that it is okay to interrupt and try to see if it is possible to join the conversation. As I am or was reminded of this, I decide to use the energy from my countertransference to try and jump in. I try to jump in a few times, but she continues talking after I try uttering a word or two. Eventually, I am able to jump in.
Okay, I noticed that you were talking that there was an overarching theme in all your stories. I could sense how God has been faithful time and time again.
Yes, thank you for keeping me on track. You see,
KA begins to launch back into another long monologue with more stories about her family, growing up, and her hobbies. In particular, she seems to spend more time talking about singing and horses. I assess this seems to be an important part of her spirituality. I assess that she is most likely seeking a sense of normalcy and is speaking with me as she would with a friend. As she is talking, I am again trying to find spaces where I can join the conversation. Eventually, I begin to hear rustling behind me. The rustling begins to increase throughout the duration of the visit. I begin to notice my countertransference again. When I was living in Japan, it was strongly emphasized to not be a bother to other people. It is important to be mindful and respectful of the people around you at all times. As I think about this, I notice that I begin to feel more anxious. It is possible that my conversation with KA is bothering the other patients in the room, especially since there are moments when she increases the volume of her voice when she gets excited in the conversation. And she has been talking nonstop for the past 20 to 25 minutes at this point. My anxiety also begins to increase as I take a glance at my watch. I know that I need to be mindful of my time in order to chart and make it to my appointment on time. Thus, I try to see how I can start wrapping up the visit. I know that it is difficult for me to interrupt those since I am conflict avoidant, yet I decide to do my best. Oops.
Hey, I was wondering how I can support you in all of this.
I would really appreciate some prayer. You see,
KA begins to jump into another story. The rustling behind me continues to increase. Time keeps passing and my anxiety increases. I assess that she will continue on without end if I do not jump in again.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing with me. Unfortunately, I have to be going soon. I know you mentioned that you wanted prayer. What would you like me to pray for you today?
I'd like prayer that I can get discharged soon and for strength. But I want to let you know,
KA begins to launch into another story. I assess that I should let her speak for a little bit since she clearly wants to tell me something. Eventually, I decide to jump in again.
I'm really sorry, KA, but I really need to go. Would it be okay if I pray for you now?
Yes, but I need to tell you.
KA begins into another story. I assess that me asking KA for permission to pray is not working. I allow her to continue for a little while since she wants to tell me something, but then I jump in again.
I will pray for you now, KA. Let us pray.
I say a prayer for KA, try to say goodbye, and begin walking away from the bed. As I am walking away, KA keeps talking to me without end. I assess that she will not stop until I am physically no longer in the room. I wish her all the best and walk out of the room. Thank you, Dan and Lisa, for reading for me. So, analysis. I assessed that KA had a need for normalcy and that she saw me as a friend. She wanted to talk with someone who is willing to listen, which was me in this instance. Recalling my emotions, as stated in the parentheses of P6, I began to become increasingly anxious throughout the visit. I was anxious about interrupting KA, time constraints, and bothering the other patients in the room. Evaluating my involvement. Initially, after leaving the visit, I felt pretty discouraged. I did not know how I could have handled the visit any better. Due to my temperament and my experiences, it felt difficult to provide spiritual care to KA due to her behavior. However, I also recognized that I had reasons to celebrate. I was able to utilize my countertransference and join the conversation in C6. I also enforced my own personal boundaries. I told her that I needed to go in C9 and C11. When it seemed like those boundaries were not being respected, I did my best to leave gracefully. What have you learned about yourself? This encounter is evidence of my growth from Unit 1 to Unit 4. I'm able to enter situations that may produce conflict. It is still difficult for me, but I do not shut down like I have in the past. Instead, I try, as much as possible, to remain present. Assessment. In the parentheses of P4, I assessed that KA needed empathic listening. As a result, I tried to listen and offer empathic responses as much as possible. In P8, KA expressed that she would like some prayer. Thus, I offered prayer for KA in C13. Theological reflection. As mentioned previously, I think I have reasons to feel disappointed and reasons to celebrate. I'm disappointed since I do not know how I could have provided more optimal spiritual care in this context. Yet I am encouraged that I am courageously trying to pursue behaviors that would have seemed inconceivable to me about a year ago. I have reached a point where I'm able to have significant self awareness and adapt my behaviors accordingly. To a degree, I'm no longer a puppet to my emotions or triggers. Instead, I am cognizant of them and can choose how I would like to respond. Ethical and social justice issues. Due to KA's behavior, it is possible that hospital staff would try to avoid interactions with her or become frustrated with her. In turn, this could cause her to feel neglected or potentially lead to situations of actual neglect, depending what happens. Future plans. There are no future plans for this patient, as far as I know. Immediately after, she was moved to another unit covered by a different chaplain, and then she was discharged shortly afterwards. And here's some of the charting. So I was responding to a consult or referral. I responded to the referral requesting chaplain visit in the emergency department. Distress, patient expressed all the difficulties she has experienced in her health journey and with her family. Spiritual care assessment, patient expressed that her faith is a strong source of meaning and support. Patient requested prayer. Patient shared that animals are particularly meaningful for her, especially the horse and German shepherd that she had when she was younger. Interventions provided emotional spiritual support for patient through active listening and ministry of presence, provided prayer per patient's request, and informed patient of chaplain availability and services. Outcome, patient expressed gratitude for visit, prayer, and information about chaplain availability and services, and plan spiritual care will follow up as requested or needed. And just to remind you here, consultation point is, given the context, what are the best ways to provide spiritual care? And you can assist me with that by giving honest feedback about what could have been done better. And then if you have any stories of situations that are kind of similar in some way or another, I would very much appreciate hearing about those things, what you did and what you learned. And that is my verbatim.
Thank you, Nathan. And thank you for circling back to your particular area of focus. That's such a helpful thing. Thank you. So any feedback, thoughts, reflections for Nathan?
That was kind of a tough situation. I think that I think you handled it well, the boundaries and everything. And it's helpful for me because I have a person that I visit and she talks like that constantly. And I didn't know that I could interrupt, you know. So I'm glad that you put that in there that we can, you know, Reverend Joseph had told you that we can interrupt, you know, to get in, jump into the conversation and be a part of it. But she talks like that, and it's all over the map. And I mean, it's from one thing to the other, it's stressful. It can be very stressful. So, thank you for how you handled it, and how you are teaching me to handle it. So, I think you did a good job, and I think you hit all the marks that you wanted to hit, and you set your boundaries, and you claim what you were doing well, and I like that about you, that you claimed that this time. And there were a lot of areas in there that you claimed that you did well, and you did do well. So continue to pat yourself on the back because you are doing well.
Yes, Nathan, I think you did a good job in this visit. It is difficult. I've had experiences with patients who, even as I'm like, okay, bye, you know, see you next time or something, and I'm like backing out of the room and they're still talking. So yeah, I think, you know, I think you're gonna have patients like that sometimes for sure. And yeah, sometimes it feels kind of icky to leave them in the middle of their talking, but at the same time, like I feel like you gave good time to her. Um, I feel like you know, did appropriate interventions with, you know, your empathetic listening and listening to her stories. I loved that you were able to deduce a common theme in the stories that she was sharing and affirm that's, you know, kind of what she was trying to communicate to you in all her various stories. So I felt like those were great interventions. And it's unfortunate. I know in the hospital, especially, you can't really sit for an hour and listen to someone. So I felt like it was a good boundary for you to, you know, kind of set that time limit for yourself and realize like I have other things, you know. Um, but at the same time, um, giving her the time that she did need to express herself. So I felt like you handled it well, as gracefully as you possibly could, to get out of the room.
Nathan, you remind me of me, and she reminds me of somebody else. I'm not going to tell you right now, but what do you think was the underlying problem of why she was talking and talking? I mean, I could talk and talk and talk, but not like that. What do you think was the problem?
I mean, it could be that she was lonely, for example. It could be that she just wanted to talk to someone, and I was that person who showed up for her. It could be that through her transference, she was seeing someone else in me in her life. Or, like I mentioned, just seeing me as a friend, someone who's in her corner. And so there's all of those things that could be going on. It's also possible, like I mentioned before, that, you know, medically something might be going on too that's kind of impacting her behavior. Uh, it could be a combination of all of that as well, to some degree or another. So all of those things are probably true to some extent. So yeah, I think she just wanted someone to talk to, whether that was through loneliness or for a sense of normalcy.
Well, you mentioned the fact that she would go on one subject. It would be like saying roses are red, violets are blue. The pineapple lamp is right next to the bell. Is that what was happening?
So there was still consistent threads in there, but it's like as she is sharing one story, that causes her to think of something else that she's reminded of go on to that tangent, which is in some way, to some extent, related, but it's very, very detailed explanations of things. And then she'll kind of jump back to where she was going. So it's kind of interrelated threads, but it can be at times difficult to follow a little bit as well. And it can feel random. Like, when she was noticing the squirrel, that was completely just a distraction for her. I was like, oh, these things do happen in real life too, huh? It's not just comedy from the movies. But yeah, for the most part, it still felt like it was kind of on topic, but it was kind of a tangent, but it still was to some extent related to what she was talking about. So there's still this, you can still tell that, yeah, she has her mental faculties. It's not just completely erratic and stuff like that, but it is just at some points can be a bit difficult to follow, but it's just a lot of interrelated details and pretty much giving a full life story, or as much as she was able to share in that 45 minutes at least.
The reason I asked that is because you told me where it was she was located. So not only was she emergency department, but why was she in the emergency department?
Oh, well, I wasn't 100% sure because at least the diagnosis wasn't listed yet. They might have still been doing tests and stuff. I know later she was moved up to a telemetry floor, so maybe she had something to do with her heart in there. And yeah, so couldn't necessarily tell you exactly what was going on, but based on what the nurse said, sounded like she might have some form of cancer to some degree or another. And that could cause all sorts of different issues as well. So that could have been the behavioral health component. Not sure. Could have been the medication they may or may not have been giving her. Not sure. Or withdrawals from medication she may or may not have been taking. So all sorts of different factors there that I just, unfortunately, down in the emergency department, you don't know a lot of that because it's point of first contact. So
So it looks like you just showed a lot of patience with her.
tried to.
Well, she didn't cut you off and say how rude of you. So she must have appreciated what you were doing with her.
I think so, because I mean, she continued wanted to initiate that conversation again and again and again. So I think that yeah, she was still, despite my interrupting and stuff, it wasn't viewed negatively, and so that's why it was okay to do it in this instance.
The reason that I say that it reminds me of you and she reminds me of somebody else, she reminds me of my first wife when she was diagnosed as being bipolar, because she was going on, like I said, the roses are red, the violets are blue, the pineapple lamp is right next to the Bible, and it is now 10:30 in the morning. The thoughts didn't connect, but you're saying that they connected. Did show patience.
Nathan, I agree with all the feedback you have so far received. And a couple of things came up for me, and Dan's questions sort of pointed towards one of them. I was curious about what had her at the hospital on that day. And since you identified for yourself conflict avoidance, I sort of had that running in my mind. I wonder if what has her in the ER today, she's avoiding by talking about all this other stuff. Did that ever come to your thought while you were with her?
Well, I think she did mention that at the beginning of our conversation, but all of that information was way too much for me to hold together. So I think initially she was talking about that, but then she started moving on to other things. And then a lot of that information, unfortunately, got lost to me because it was just way too much to hold. So I do think initially she did express some of the reasons why she was there.
Hmm.
But she mentioned that, she was feeling good for now and then she wanted to go home. So I don't think in this instance that she was avoiding it. But that is a valid point. That's kind of the tricky part of being down in the emergency department, though, is you just don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can appreciate how present you were. And like you said, you don't know if there was this parallel process of conflict avoidance going on with the two of you. And it was a lot of information. So, what was the best part of this visit?
Do you mean for myself or
Yeah.
I think for me, let's see. I think, well, it's kind of like I mentioned a few reasons to celebrate before, but like you're mentioning too, I tried to the best of my ability to stay present with her.
Hmm.
Um, and the fact that she was still warmly receptive despite me cutting her off and things like that, I think just goes to show that she valued this interaction, and it was beneficial for her. Um, and so that's encouraging.
Yeah.
And I don't, I mean, I'll never know necessarily what her perspective was on the situation or how meaningful or impactful it was for her. But I do think that you know, thinking about interactions that patients have with other hospital staff, sometimes no one else is really going to sit there and listen for like 45 minutes. Maybe a
Right.
social worker, but beyond that, a lot of times people are just, do their business and get out of there. And so
Hmm.
this might have been her only interaction in the hospital, at least, to really feel heard and understood, and like just being able to have
Yeah.
that sense of normalcy and talk with somebody.
And have your non-anxious presence really give her that attention and that focus. So I asked you what was the best part for you, in part because you said you were disappointed. And I wasn't able to pick up on a place of disappointment because she did affirm the visit and she did receive prayer. And perhaps she would have extended it on and on had you not left the room. So, can you say a little bit more about what you were disappointed about?
Taking notes here. I think for me, initially coming out of there, because this was just all the raw thoughts and all the raw feelings, it was just like, dang, that felt so overwhelming for me. My anxiety was really starting to go off there at the end. I could feel it within myself too. I was almost like kind of a tightness building up within my stomach or my chest. And it's like, I want to be present with this person. But all of this countertransference of not wanting to bother other people, knowing that I really need to leave for my doctor's appointment, time constraints, and all of that, that towards the end prevented me from being more present with her. And then, um, yeah, I think going along with the conflict avoidance and stuff, it was really hard for me to interrupt her, especially leaving the room as she is continuing to talk to me too. It just that's hard for me and my personality. Like I like to give
Yeah.
people that attention. I like to give them that time. I if I had all the time in the world, I would be more than happy to, listen to the rest of her story. But
Right.
just in this instance, I wasn't able to do that. But even regardless, I think, if I didn't have that doctor's appointment, for example, I would have probably done more or less the same thing at some point too. That's just, this is too much. I need to see other
Right.
people. I can't, spend all of this time on this particular patient. And she doesn't necessarily seem to be in like severe distress or anything. This isn't
Mhm.
necessarily an emergency. And so, I will give her my time, but then I need to prioritize other interactions with people too.
Right.
So, but I think, yeah, it was the disappointment was mainly just um, coming away feeling kind of icky, having to leave the way that I did,
Mhm.
and not necessarily knowing like, could I have done anything better here? What could I have done
Yeah.
better? I don't know.
Right. I hear you saying that there really isn't anything you could have done better. And I want to reframe, if it's okay. You said time constraints. I want to offer it as time awareness that is always a reality. And it's a reality that we hold and we try not to inflict on the care receiver. We just set boundaries. So you had time awareness. And in that time of aware, that being in that space of being aware of your time, one of the tools I have found helpful when I am in presence of a patient like this, especially, is to make sure I am as in the moment as I can be. And you were both recognizing your countertransference, deciding what you were going to do about it, managing the tsunami of information she is sharing, and be as present as I can be in that precious time. And I think you did that. And I just want to affirm that, and reframe it as just time awareness, which is always something that we have. And just repeat back to you that even if you had had no sense of an appointment, you good boundaries would have limited the time anyway. And so you did that and you did that well. I do want to tease you though, under spiritual distress assessment, you said patient expressed all the difficulties she has experienced in her health journey and in her family and in her life. And I'm like, I circled the all. I'm like, that's how it felt. So bravo to you, Reverend Joseph.
Um, Nathan, I mean, you should use this for your evidence for certification. This is such a well done visit and such a well articulated document. Um, there's so many good things, so many good places that I want to mention, but I don't have time for that. I just hope you can understand. Okay. So you're beyond my expectation, Nathan. Um, and in addition to all this positive comments from peers and Donna, I also want to bring to your notice that I really love the way you prepared yourself before the visit. You checked your capacity, you checked your time limit, you checked your energy. So, am I capable enough mentally and physically and time-wise? That's a beautiful learning point for all of you, especially Sandan. That's a wonderful thing that you went to do before. Um, so there's so many other places that you did so well. You recognized and assessed her needs and normalcy. She saw you as a friend. You also noticed that. You jumped in a couple of times. Um, you did so well. I mean, it's such wonderful evidence of your growth. And I was chuckling when you're comparing yourself in the first unit and the fourth unit. I still remember, just like yesterday, you were like, don't know what to do. You're sweating until I jumped in and helped. But look at yourself, Nathan. It was such a remarkable transformation. I'm so proud. And and thanks so much, Donna, for your reframing from I mean, the perspective of seeing it as disappointed, as a time constraint. Oh, that love the way, Donna, you reframed it. That's beautiful. I learned that from you. Thank you. And then I have one conjecture or push. I might be wrong, Nathan. Speaking of being disappointed, that's the word that really kind of surprised me, just like Donna mentioned, because that's a very strong word, and I don't think you understand the severity of the word, the connotation. Disappointed is such a strong word, and I wonder when you said disappointed. I wonder if you are disappointed about your present behavior, or you're disappointed with your younger Nathan. Younger Nathan's response to some case or to somebody like her who kept talking about the stuff and then didn't give you a chance to jump in, but just kept talking on and on and on and on, and you did not know what to do. You felt responsible to say something, to do something, and you couldn't do any better. So that might have made you feel disappointed. Can you recall some incident or somebody like that?
Initially, no. But as hearing you mention that question now, the thing that comes to mind, at least, is in my interactions with my parents, for example,
Yeah.
and it would especially be with my father,
Right.
because in hearing him talk,
Yeah.
it's just like kind of coming from an Asian background too. You just take it, you sit and listen. You
Yeah.
don't respond back,
Right.
especially if you disagree
Mhm.
or if you want to offer them something.
Right.
It's more just you respect the authority. You sit
Right.
there, you be quiet, you don't say anything.
Right.
So hearing you ask me that question, that's kind of what came up for me in that
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah. Thank you for recognizing it, because I remember that you mentioned that interaction between you and your father, and the conflict that he felt uh, being in similar position as yours, because he had to listen to his parents' story of the internment that made him tremendously responsible to provide care for parents as a little child. So he was a tremendously parentified, and he had no right or no chance to say back to them, or just he had to be there for them. So seems like there's another layer in this, which is family systems, like intergenerational projection is also happening. I wonder. So whenever you talk about the conflict avoidance, sometimes I wonder if you put too much responsibility on your own, instead of seeing it as more like a systemic, family systemic agenda. So that made me wonder, probably that's one of the reasons, probably, I think, why you chose the word disappointed. There's nothing you should be disappointed with this visit, because you have to be proud. But as you're reminded of this kind of transference about your, little Nathan experience, then you might have felt, if that's what happened to you as kind of transference, you might have felt disappointed about what you did when you're a child, which is not about this. How does it sound?
It's probably true. I think to some degree or another, do need to delve deeper into that layer, because it still sticks around. That disappointment, I would say, is not just like, yeah, looking back on this visit and with all the feedback that all of you have given as well, she's like, this was a good visit. And I did what I should do in this type of situation. I think it's just, yeah, I am still incredibly hard on myself. And I think that comes from being that parentified child and taking all of that responsibility on myself. And I need to be perfect. I need to make sure that, this person is taken care of, but that's not my responsibility. So probably do need to spend more time reflecting on
Mhm.
little Nathan. Yeah.
Right. So after this awareness, what would you like to say to that little Nathan being disappointed?
You are enough. You're enough.
I agree. What little Nathan did was more than enough. And if I were the little Nathan, I would say to my adult Nathan, I like you and I like myself. Okay, Donna, back to you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for all your input, everyone. I know we need to take a break and come back for whoever will be number 2. So if you have less than a 10-minute break, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Lisa, you back first. You trying to tell us you're gonna be second? Oh, she left. I guess that was a no.
Yeah, I
No,
could
no,
go.
no pressure. Who would like to go next? Did you say, yeah, I can go? Okay. Welcome back, everyone.
Okay,
I've got
shoot.
mine if you want it.
Lisa's finding hers. There she
Okay.
goes. Thanks, Dan. You can be on deck.
Is that large enough?
Looks good.
Okay, this is the fourth verbatim. The patient's initials DM, age 75, female. Her son and her husband are her support system. Depression and anxiety, Black, and this happened on 10/27. What is the learning issue? I want to know how I did with my spiritual assessment of the patient. What did I do well and what areas can I improve? Outcome indicators are addressed in the verbatim IA2 and IA13. The background is I received a call from DM 2 weeks ago. DM is not a member of the church, but she attended regularly up until June. This past June, DM's 50-year-old son passed out at an event in our community. They tried to revive him. They took him to the hospital where he had no brain activity, and she had to make the decision to take him off life support. And she did, and he passed. This is very tragic for DM because she lost her daughter 1 year ago. She called because she wanted to tell me that she enjoyed my sermon and how it had helped her. DM said that it was good to be back at church, and she told me she had never felt so much love. Every church member hugged and welcomed her back, and she was surprised but enjoyed all the loving. She talked about both of her losses and how hard it was. I'm always nervous when I talk to someone who has lost a family member, especially children, and the fact that she lost two. To be honest, I was kind of glad that she led the conversation. I just wanted to wanted me to listen and pray. I was experiencing some countertransference. I decided not to talk about God because when my family's tragedy occurred, I didn't want anyone talking to me about God. I felt overwhelmed and a bit anxious. She told me that she just wanted to give up. She stayed in bed for several weeks. She isolated herself. One of her sisters told her not to give up, and she said that she needed to live. We talked about some issues she was having after Helene. Um, I suggested that she sign up for FEMA, and she says she would get a grandson to help her. Um, to be honest, when church members call, I get anxious because you never know if it's a complaint or if it's something they're mad at. It was after 4 p.m. I was a bit tired and a little sad. We had a meeting after church, and at the end of the meeting, someone stood up and announced that they were leaving the church. Um, yes, I like the member, and she's always been kind to me. The patient had previously called. I knew that there was a need. My plan was to assess her spiritual need. I need a chaplain and the patient.
I can be chaplain.
I'll be
Thank
the
you, Nick.
patient.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm returning DM's call because I was at lunch when she previously called me.
Hey, DM. I'm so sorry I missed your call. How are you doing today?
Hey, Reverend Moore. I am fine. I just wanted to tell you that I really enjoyed your sermon. It made me feel good.
I'm able to relax a bit since I know what the call is about, and she's generally nice anyway.
To God be the glory. Thank you so much. My prayer is that someone will be touched by the word.
I'm glad that she found the sermon as a spiritual resource. It is helping her deal with the loss of her children. It made me feel good that my sermon gave her solace.
I'm sorry that I haven't been back to church. I couldn't function after my son died. You know, Reverend Moore, it hasn't been that long since I lost my daughter, and that was hard enough.
Feeling some anxiousness and countertransference. I didn't talk about God because when my family's tragedy struck, I didn't want anyone talking to me about God.
DM, I am so sorry for the pain that you are experiencing. I'm so happy that you have returned to church. It is always great to see you. Although I have not experienced the loss of a child, I am here for whatever you might need.
I affirmed how she framed this tragedy, and I showed her empathy, and I offered pastoral care just by being instead of doing.
I always like coming to church and hearing your sermons. You make it easy for anyone to understand. She also said, you tell it like it is and don't beat around the bush.
You can tell that her mood was getting lighter. She was laughing a little bit now.
Reverend Moore, after church, when I got up to leave, everyone came up to me and told me that they missed me and that they loved me. They were hugging me and squeezing me tight. It took a while to get through all of those people. I was surprised. It felt really good.
DM normally doesn't like a lot of attention. I'm happy that the church is a spiritual source, and I was happy that it took her mind off her situation. It gave her something else to think about and feed her soul.
DM, that is wonderful. I hope that you will continue to find peace and comfort in your church family.
It is always great when the church can inspire, motivate, and show love.
Reverend Moore, when my son died, I just wanted to give up. I didn't get out of bed for months or answer the phone.
She didn't answer the phone when I called her during this crisis. She seemed to have been experiencing some depression, so she isolated herself.
One day I was talking to one of my sisters who has cancer. She told me that I need to get up out of bed and live. She said, "You have too much to live for." Now if she has cancer and is going through and she is encouraging me to live, then I need to get up. It's hard, but I'm going to do it.
Sounds like it was a difficult time for you, DM.
Oops. This was probably the perfect time to talk about God. However, I let my own countertransference get in the way, so instead I remained silent. She switched to a different topic.
Helene did a lot of damage. I lost my hot water heater because the basement flooded.
She seemed frustrated due to the damage done to her house.
Oh, am I supposed to read that part? I encouraged her to call FEMA in our area. They were okay. They were giving out a one-time amount of money. Plus, I encouraged her to call her insurance company. She told me that she would get her grandson to help.
Sensed that she was getting ready to get off the phone, so I asked if I could pray for her. She said yes.
I prayed for her and we hung up. Thank you, Nathan and Kelly. At one point, she felt hopeless and wanted to die. She seemed to find peace when she showed up to worship. She is coping well. I used active listening and was empathetic toward her. She used the sermon and the compassionate care of the congregation to cope with her situation. I had to realize that just because I felt a certain way when I was going through my trauma, that doesn't mean that it applied to my patient. The patient exhibited a little frustration, joy, hope, love, and peace. My own emotions. I did feel some anxiety at one point, but not the entire conversation. I felt hopeful that healing was coming for DM. In C3, I would have liked to have handled my emotions better. I know that it was my own countertransference that was going on at that time. What I learned about myself, I should have claimed my feelings and I would have been able to switch up in the middle and talk about what was important to her spiritually. I made an assessment that she is Christian and she did find solace in her faith tradition. I use empathetic listening, prayer, and advocating. Specific interventions were C5 and C7. We both just experienced good worship service, so I know that influenced the visit for her because she did mention it. And what I had on my mind is the scripture, which was Mark 40, 10, 46 through 53. It was about how blind Bartimaeus was receiving his sight. The disciples and the others wanted him to shut up and leave Jesus to be to more important business. Yes, Jesus was on his way to the cross, but he paused and took time for Bartimaeus. In the same way, he will take time for us. My faith deepened because Jesus always has time for us.
Thank you. And just revisiting what you want us to focus on, Lisa.
I don't have it pulled up.
You wrote, I want to know how I did with my spiritual assessment of the patient, and what did I do well, and what are areas for improvement.
Thank you, Reverend Donna.
You're welcome. Anybody?
Great job, Lisa. Seems like a majority of your encounters are over the phone here, huh? I know that's difficult in its own regard, so kudos to you for being able to do that.
Thank you.
Since you wanted to focus on your spiritual assessment here, in your assessment, you wrote, I made an assessment that she is Christian. She did find solace in her faith tradition. I used empathic listening, prayer, and advocating, and then you listed specific interventions in C5 and C7. I was wondering though, Lisa, what did you assess is her need? What was her need from you that she was seeking for you to fulfill for her?
Since she carried the conversation, I just felt like she wanted me to listen and be present. You know, I think that's what I felt like she needed.
All right. If you could in the future list that in your actual spiritual assessment, that would be very much appreciated. Because that's
Okay.
kind of what we're doing or expected to be able to do at some point during the middle of our visits,
Mm-hmm.
or just asking ourselves, what is their need? What are they wanting right now? What are they expecting me to do for them in this moment? So if it was just listening that she needed, you assess that was her need. And so you listened to her. And that's very good. You tried to be present with her as much as possible. So if you can just directly write that down in your
Mm-hmm.
assessment, that'll make it even better. That way we can understand, okay, this is what she needed. These are the interventions Lisa provided to meet those needs. And then boom, it's all good there. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate
All
it.
right.
Miss Lisa, how do you think that DM felt about your phone call with her?
Um, she seemed to have enjoyed it. She was laughing at some points and saying that, that she missed the church and she was glad to be back in the church, and and she really enjoyed the people. She's not the type, she don't like a lot of attention and stuff like that. And I didn't know how she would feel about even people, because they know she's kind of standoffish a little bit, but I guess she surprised herself by how much she enjoyed everybody coming up to her, hugging her, and everything. So I think the conversation went really good.
Yeah, I feel like I was excited to read this because it felt like a celebration,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm.
Like she was excited to share with you about, you know, what was going on in her life and her faith journey and all these wonderful people. It sounded like it was she wanted to celebrate with you. And I
Right.
feel like that's an intervention too. Like you were celebrating with her, affirming her, validating that, oh, this is wonderful. We're so glad, that you're experiencing this with us in our community. So I felt like that was
Right.
beautiful.
Thank you, Kelly.
I think one of the things that you stressed a lot is that she is trying to become part of a faith community again. that is one of the needs that she has, and that's the need that she's trying to address. She's calling, I believe he says she's calling you, you're not calling her. And she expressed simply the satisfaction that she got from being in church of one of your sermon, and two of just the acceptance of all the people that were there. So she is looking, her need is to be connected to her faith community again.
Right. Thank you, Dan.
Miss Lisa, do you feel like she's because she's kind of making these connections and coming back into the fold, do you feel like she's made progress in her grief?
I think some, but I think it's still gonna take time. She had those two losses back to back, and I think it's just it left a big void in her, you know. But I think she's making some progress, but I still think it's gonna take more time and more care, you know.
I'm hearing the way in which everyone is really helping bring to fuller expression all the assessment that you did, because you did a lot more assessment than you named. And so I appreciate Nathan reminding you to list it, and others are just pulling out places
Right.
where you did assessment with her. And I think that's powerful. And I would add that sometimes our spiritual care provision begins before the official encounter that we capture in the verbatim. Certainly your spiritual care, your provision of spiritual care for her, at a minimum, began with the sermon. It may, you know, and I think that's important to note, that a sermon is spiritual care. It can be spiritual care. And it certainly was in this scenario as she articulated. So the encounter you focus on is the phone conversation, but part of your spiritual care was definitely the sermon.
Okay.
And I appreciate in C3 where you said, hey, I could have handled my emotions better, which, and I know that it was my counter transference coming up that I didn't say anything about God. So in a way, if you acknowledge your spiritual care provision included the sermon, you did not completely not talk about God, right?
That's true.
In this
Right.
okay. But in the conversation, you're acknowledging, hey, I had some feelings coming up and I was not going to go there because I know how unhelpful that is. So if you're okay with it, I would invite you to share with us what would it look like if you hadn't, as you said, let your emotions get the best of you and you really went there with her in C5 or in C.
I probably would have asked her, how did the sermon help her? Where did she see, you know, where did she feel the presence of God during the sermon? You know, how did it help her? You know, how did it inspire her? You know, I would have said something like that, you know.
Wow, that's a powerful question. Yeah. And then depending on, you know, her answer, you're able to just keep inviting her into that reflection of where does she experience God, even in this loss.
Right.
Wow. Okay. How's that feel right now to imagine even that?
It feels good to be able to just to do that role play, to have that experience, to know the next time I'm able to do that without, you know, maybe I guess putting my own, you know, like change, not worry about what's going on with me. I have to recognize what's going on with me, but realize that she needs something else and she's not me. You know what I mean? So it feels good to be able to do that and know that I can do that, you know.
Yes. That's
You know.
awesome, Lisa. I mean, you're beyond your level. So one, you recognize it. Two, you recognize, ooh, I'm going to let it's working. having an impact, you're assessing its impact, you're assessing your intervention, and now you're learning from it and saying, hey, and this is what I could do differently. I mean, that's the clinical method of learning, trifecta, gold star, you did it. You don't need any more CPE. No, I'm just kidding. But that's awesome. Awesome self-awareness. Awesome um, learning from that. Excellent. Reverend Joseph?
Wow, this is amazing proof or evidence of your growth, as your peers mentioned, and then as Donna invited you to claim. There's so many good things on this document. And then one of the basic things that I wanted to mention is that you freely using your feeling words, which is not easy. So I love the way you use the feeling words. And I love the way you recognize your countertransference even. If you could recognize, not only recognize, but also change your course of intervention, now you're level 2. That's where Kelly and Nathan are at. But I mean, this is beyond level 1A. So as Donna mentioned, this is such a wonderful proof of your growth. I was so happy to say this. And please remember the invitation by Donna. Now we hope you can claim your growth and be more comfortable in inviting a recipient to process more and deeper by more clarifying questions. We call it developmental questions. Yeah, developmental responses. So I think it'll be worthwhile for you to think about developmental statements and questions at your point. And another thing that I wanted to mention is the use of prayer at the end. So you're thinking about being hospital or hospice chaplain, right? So at that clinical setting, offering prayer at the end is not supposed to be automatic way of ending the visit.
Okay.
So I want you to keep that in mind. So instead of jumping to prayer at the end of the conversation, I want you to ask, like, is it okay if I pray for you? And if they say yes, then
no, that did happen. I didn't. I'm sorry if I didn't write it down that way, but yeah, I did. I always ask.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so that's a really good habit. Ask if it's okay. And then after you get the permission, also don't forget to ask, what do you want me to pray for? Because many times without the question, we just tend to pray like the automatic prayer that we have, which might not ring the bell with them.
Okay.
Yeah, so many times you get happily surprised by asking the question. They open up and they tell the truth about where they really are.
Okay.
Yeah, so please remember that too. Now that you say that, you ask, that's good habit. Not only that, ask them, what do you want me to pray for?
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good habit. And then for your next verbatim, this is my suggestion. Before you write your verbatim, read this chart one more time before you write.
Okay.
Why? Because on this chart, there are the roles expected by our care recipient on us. And you could use this to write what needs they might have. And also you can use this to write what interventions you chose. I chose to empower her by doing this, by saying this. I chose to reframe her perspective by saying this. Okay. So you can claim your intervention, and also you can use this to claim your spiritual assessment. So I assess that there's some need for her for advocacy. She was looking for somebody who can advocate. Okay, so use this chart to clearly claim your spiritual assessment and also your intervention plan. Okay,
Okay.
before you write.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. That was a really good test.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Thank y'all.
I think I may have mentioned this to you, but I'm not sure, Lisa. So forgive me if I'm repeating myself. But I'm reminded when we talked about that question, when Reverend Joseph talked about the question about what do you want to pray for?
Mm-hmm.
I love that you sensed it was the end of the visit. And it's also okay, especially in the clinical setting, but even there, to ask, is there any other support, spiritual support that I can offer you? So that other question, even though you're getting ready to cut to prayer,
Mm-hmm.
so ask that question. And again, it might create a space
Okay.
once you have that awareness. It's just great. Thank you. Any other feedback or comments for Lisa?
I guess something I wanted to point out to you, Lisa, in case
Mm.
you didn't notice it, and it's going off the all the comments that have been shared so far.
Mm-hmm.
It was in, where was it here? P2. She
Mhm.
says, I just wanted to tell you that I really enjoyed your sermon. Made me feel good. And then later, you're having your conversation here. And then she says again in P6, I always like coming to church and hearing your sermons. So, especially when people are repeating things in conversation, that
Mhm.
should be your cue. Oh, something might be going on here. I should pay attention to this. Uh,
Okay.
so, yeah, I think, especially with what Kelly was saying, she wanted to celebrate that. Yeah, this is good. I liked your sermon. And then going along with, what was her need? Maybe she wanted to talk about that more. And so if you were able to ask that question, like you mentioned with Reverend Donna, like, oh, what did you like about the sermon? Then that would really help her to delve deeper into that and be able to express what she really enjoyed about your sermon. I think she was just wanting to celebrate with you, like, hey, I appreciated that sermon. That was good stuff.
Mhm.
And so I think, yeah, if you ever do notice that people are going back to a specific topic or there's a repeated phrase or word, that can kind of be a cue like, oh, something's here. What is it? I'm not sure, but you can always keep asking questions to find out.
Okay. Thank y'all. I appreciate all the feedback. It's very helpful to me because I do write it down and I do go back over it when I'm writing my verbatims or whatever. So I really appreciate it.
That's good. I sense that you're ready to move on.
I'm letting
So
Dan take over.
your dad take over.
No, I want you to be still on the hot seat. We'll just talk about you some more.
I do have a curiosity for you, Lisa.
See?
Is that right? How does it feel for you to ask someone to tell you what they liked about your sermon?
Um, in this setting, it's good, but before I came into CPE, I wouldn't have asked anybody that because um, I view things as negative and not helpful or whatever because of there it's an attack, maybe basically an attack or whatever. But since I've been in here in this setting and I know that I'm not gonna be attacked. I'm not gonna be viewed in a negative way, that everything that you guys give me is for me to help me grow, so I feel comfortable in this setting because it's a safe space. So
Oh, that's good.
I can ask,
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent. Um, so especially in the realm of the spiritual caregiver, and the preacher as spiritual caregiver, it may not be, and I'm not negating her need to celebrate your sermon. It may not be what did you like about it. It may be what did you find helpful.
Okay. Yeah.
And that gives you, it takes it off of you. Because I got a sense Lisa doesn't want to fish for compliments.
No.
And we already know that she liked it. She said that, right? So I'm just offering another way to frame the question as a spiritual caregiver. What did you find helpful?
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess we can take you off the hot seat. And if
Yes.
is that all right with everyone? We'll take our another little break and we'll go to Dan. Is everybody okay with that? All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, we are all back. Thank you so much for coming back. So timely. Dan, we're ready. You're on mute.
There we go. This was from November 7th. Say the initials PG. PJ, probably should have gone PJ, but PG. He's 10 years old. Hispanic, diagnosed with brain cancer. The end of the visit was October 31st with the hospital. It went on for about 45 minutes. I will say before we start that there was probably 30 minutes of silence and 15 minutes of anything being said. This was my third visit with this family. So I would look at it as addressing hope and meaning in a hopeless situation, exploring the meaning in the face of loss. I think indicators 1A14 is addressed, demonstrate an understanding, initiate use of spiritual resources that address spiritual well-being, and A12 would demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships. I had been at the bedside of this patient before. This last time, or the first time, the room was completely dark, and this time it is well lit. There were at least 10 people in the room this time, as opposed to just being the patient's parents before. I took this into account as how serious the family was addressing this. I remember that late last week that they requested that the bishop, one of our volunteer chaplains, do an emergency baptism. The parents and family journeyed through the diagnosis and the behavior of the patient to understand that he would not survive the brain tumor. Dad is seated at the bedside, close enough to touch the patient, as are 3 other people on the other side of the bed. Mom is still on a bed off to the side, and she remains out of the conversation. Her back is turned to everybody. The patient is still unconscious, unresponsive. He's only connected to oxygen. I step forward as the interpreter introduces us both. The only one who speaks is the father of the patient. This is the third time that I've been here. My attention is not on the patient at all. I believe there's nothing that I can say or do that will affect him. Even if there are 10 other people in the room who surround him. Their attention will have a much greater effect on him, if it does at all, than my attention will. Their loss no longer affects my losses. I've worked that through. As I walk into the room of gloom, I am wondering whether my presence will have any significance at all, or simply as a mere annoyance. My purpose is to assess what needs the family had at this time as opposed to last time. How best to walk with them through this. I did not believe that anything I did would make them feel better. That's impossible. If possible, I would help them start a healthy grieving process. As I saw all the relatives in the same room, I believe that some of this had already taken place. There are basically the ones talking is just me and the father. The rest of the others are essentially silent. They are father's the spokesman, and the interpreter has just introduced us. I'll need a papa, and I'll need a chaplain.
I can be the father.
Okay.
I'll be the chaplain.
Okay. The interpreter just introduced us. I may also add that it very few times does he ever look up at me. He's just looking at his son on the bed. I'm at the foot of the bed. Father is up close to where his son is. Father looks up at me and he nods.
This is so hard. What are we supposed to do?
I am very aware of the dozen people in the room. They say nothing. There's probably a dozen different responses in their heads. He brings up a question that he asked days ago. Because of the quickness of the statement, I believe that he has been, in a sense, rehearsing this.
Why would God do this? Why is he taking my son away from me? Is there a reason for this?
Remembering some coaching from educators the week before, I remained silent for a time. I am allowing that question to hang. I also sense my other losses in the room. I push that aside. I'm not getting into that now.
I don't think I could go through this. Parents shouldn't see their children go through this.
Father's looking at his son, doesn't look at me.
So why is God doing this?
I let it go silent again. It's a quiet room. I'm a little dishonest. I have lived through this before. I know the theological reasons. They're not ready to sit in the corner and listen to Adam and Eve tell their story of the results of a broken world.
God
God
did
did this to
you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just did it as a statement. God did this to you.
Oh.
The answer does not come immediately. I don't know if one will come. I'll let the silence hang, even if no answer will come. He is looking at his son. He starts shaking his head.
No, God did not do this.
If you did not know God's name, would this have happened anyway?
Quiet for a while. I want to press on, but I don't. I have had to process this before. Now in my head, I have my quick answer that I don't submit to them. My answer is that I only give to those who are not going through this. Why me is the wrong question. Their answer is, since this has happened, how do I respond in a way that is different from others who have no hope? He's still looking at his son.
Yes, it would have.
It would have happened.
I'm sorry. It still would have happened.
You're forgetting your role here.
Yes.
Long silence. I get a little anxious over all the silence, but I let it be there. This conversation has had more silence than words. I give the silence to him. I remember something that I read.
You.
God loves me.
Yes, God loves you. Does God love your son?
This is pondered for about 30 seconds. I give him this time. I'm not sure whether he will come up with a defiant answer or acceptance.
Yes, he does.
Mother still has her back to the room. She has not said a word the entire time. He looks at me, changes the subject, and introduces the others in the room, brothers and sisters on the other side of the bed. His daughter, Melissa, is sitting close to mother, and others. I eventually dismiss myself. The boy dies 3 days later.
Mm.
Analysis. The family has come to the realization that the boy is dying. Nothing will change that. Family room is hovering over him, in a death watch. They are silent the entire time. Dad is the center of attention. Mom does not enter into conversations, and no one tries to engage her except for the 9-year-old daughter who stays close. She has been in bed each time I've been there, turned away from everyone. The boy has feeding tubes. This does not stir. I have processed the feelings and recognized my own losses from the last visit. I've not addressed the boy the entire time. I would have had to push people aside. If people in a coma can hear you, then he will hear them, not me. I insist that Dad is the spokesman for those who are in the room. I figuratively move up next to Dad's grief, but without getting lost in it. I am in his grief only 10%. The silence by only 10%. The silences process my grief. Some of my ghosts move into the room, but are at the back of the room, have little voice left. Others have lost the power to move in. This time I did not move into the room with dread. I moved into my spot in the room and stayed there. The silences from prior visit rattled me a little bit last time, but this time I remembered the coaching of my educators and allowed the extended silences to do its work, whether for good or for evil. I did give purposeful and empathic statements in C9 for judgment. C4 I repeated. At C8 I repeated what they had said. C12 a combination of repetition and judgment statements, and I asked short probing questions in between. I've learned I can enter the room and give empathy, but it seems as if but if it seems like it's not going the way that I intended, I don't become overly anxious, so that I have to maneuver it somehow. I'll go into the situations, even if the outcomes are uncertain. His need, from what he was saying, the only thing that he was saying was to find God at this moment. He was needing the H in hope. Is there anything to hold on to at this time? There was also the P in hope. His spiritual beliefs were being shaken. The question in God was to show the E in hope, how what was happening to his son affected his spirituality. As far as theological and philosophical reflection, this was walking through Genesis 1 through 4 for me. Questions that could have been asked by Adam. Why did God make my wife eat the forbidden fruit? Eve could have asked, why did God make my husband eat that fruit? Both of them could have asked, why did God even make that fruit? And why did God choose my son Abel to be killed? Cain could have asked, why did you make me do it? Abel could have asked, why did God make Cain kill me? All of them could have asked, what did I do to deserve this? Ethical, why does God allow people to die untimely deaths? How could a moral God who has absolute control allow this? I will not be following up with him. In the charting, I wrote that I had visited the patient, the family, with the goal of helping them through their grief, that I had used active listening and empathy with his family. I think that's the end of it.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And just a reminder of in part, what you're inviting us to share is the addressing of hope and meaning in a hopeless situation and exploring meaning in the face of loss. And so can I ask you to just share with us why you chose this verbatim to share? This experience?
I think because it was a continuation of the one before, you'd asked me to look at some things and address it. So kind of like rewrite the other verbatim. And this was not rewriting the other verbatim, but trying to use the things that I had gained from you to address this verbatim.
Excellent, thank you.
Dan, what a incredibly difficult situation. Feel like every verbatim you presented has so far has been incredibly difficult situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I just really value your presence here. I know, I think in a few parts here you mentioned it kind of almost seems like you're downplaying your presence sometimes, Dan, but I think you did one heck of a job here.
Mm-hmm.
You're not, necessarily trying to answer that question. Because you yourself have found your own answer, but you're not just like, boom, here you go. Here's the answer. But you're allowing them to ask the question. You're allowing them to sit and process that question, to find that answer for themselves. And they will continue to ask this question. They will continue to try to process and find this answer for themselves. And so you did so many powerful things here, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the silence, I know is very hard to do that, especially in a situation like this. But you let
Mm-hmm.
it sit. You intentionally chose to let it sit multiple times throughout this visit, as is evidenced by your comment where you said like 30 minutes of the visit was just silence. That's hard. That's a hard space to hold, Dan. And so, again, I really value the presence that you're offering here to them. Even in that silence, you are present with them, and that is very, very powerful. I also value you've done this in multiple verbatims now, but it shines through a lot in this one too. You repeat back to them exactly what they've said,
Mm-hmm.
and that allows them to process. You just repeating back to the father. It was in C4. God did this to you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then he's able to again let that silence sit, and eventually he responds back with, "No, God did not do this." That's This is beyond your level here, Dan. These are really hard things to do as chaplains, to
Mm-hmm.
hold that space, to be present there, because
Mm-hmm.
you're in a room with a whole bunch of people. You're just sitting in silence. A majority of the family is just kind of, looking at this little boy here, asking all these kind of questions inside their head. And so I think you have a lot to celebrate here, Dan. And I see, yeah, you were a very effective chaplain here. I'm wondering now that you were able to implement a lot of the things that were suggested last time that you mentioned, how did you feel about this visit for yourself?
I was feeling some of their grief, but not to the extent they were, of course. I had seen him respond to him a little bit, and they had told me weeks before that he used to run around and how Dad had always said when he came home, "I love you, son," and son said, "I love you too," and he said that will never happen again. And now they're going through all that with the 10-year-old. It didn't seem like a time to get chatty. They're doing the death watch. I felt like I was doing the best that I could to help them start their grieving process. I think emotions I had, since this was about the fourth time, I had been with his family before, so it was not a surprise visit, was not a new thing. I didn't get ambushed by them, so it's coming into it again, and hearing some of the same things before.
Thank you for that, Dan. And so, yeah, I just really, because this is in, where is this here? 2B, under your personal status, you mentioned here. As I walk into the room of doom, I'm wondering whether my presence will have any significance at all or just an annoyance. How would you, based on what you've said here, answer that question for yourself? Were you significant or were you just an annoyance?
I believe it was significant. The same questions had been asked the week before are being asked now. Why did God do this for me? He's saying that in front of a room. And I believe that because this was repeated, that this question had been repeated multiple times in the last week. Whoever was going to listen, I am God's victim. God has done this to me. Why would he do this to me? So it was a little bit of a confrontation of, did God do this? So that was.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. So I do hope that you would never see yourself as an annoyance, because this verbatim itself just goes to prove this is the power of the presence of Dan. This is the power of the presence of Chaplain Dan. So I hope you can see that for yourself, name that for yourself, claim that for yourself, and just that you have significance. Even just your presence alone, without saying anything, had major significance in this visit, Dan. So you are very, very significant to not only this family, but to all your staff too, from what we've seen from your previous things that you've written and said too. So thank you for sharing this with us, Dan.
Like Nathan said, you have been going through some rough visits, you know. But this was, I like the way you wrote it, and I like the way you handled it. Um, and when you asked the question to the Father, did God do this? It made me feel really uncomfortable, but I knew it had to be asked, you know, for the Father's sake, because he had been asking, you know, all those visits, but I knew it had to be asked. And he was able to come back and give his response. He had to process it to know that, you know, no, God didn't do this to me. And you just have a skill about yourself to do that, you know. And I hope you can, like Nathan said, claim it, you know. You did a very good job. And the silence, you know, like Nathan, I don't know if I could sit with all that silence, but you did a magnificent job with that. So um and also I just hope for yourself though that with all this tragedy, you can seek other ways to offer yourself some self-care, you know, whether that be a therapist, whether that be going out sitting with the birds, whatever it might be. Go find self-care for yourself, you know, because you really do need it in this type of setting. But
I'm
great
going to
job.
go to I'm going to go to Pismo on Saturday afternoon, which is about 3 hours away, and I'm going to take a little chair and I'm going to put my feet in the waves and just listen to the surf.
Awesome.
I'll freeze my little toes off, but I'm going to spend most of the day there.
Good for you. Great job.
And for the trauma, it seems like some of that finds me. I had a friend of mine call me today who had just been stabbed 3 times outside of his place of business. I don't, you know, and we had to talk for about 45 minutes over that. But could do that one too. But it and part of it is being in a children's hospital. We've had to we've those of us that have had to reflect on that, saying that is part of what we're here for. That's you have 85-year-old grandma that is going to be dying is different than 8-year-old grandson going to be dying. It has a different impact.
Dan, what I love about you and your visits is how bold you are. I wish I was as bold as you because, like, you are so good at, I think, confronting the elephant in the room, you know, like for you to help this gentleman process by stating back, what you're hearing him say about God, and then the silence you provided for him to be able to process what he was saying further within himself. I was like, wow, like it was so good. It was so good. Um, I also really loved in this visit that you're definitely more aware of what's going on within yourself. You talked about how your ghosts were in the room for a little bit, and you were like, nope, that's not what I'm here to do right now. And so you were able to acknowledge that there was some of that happening within yourself, and you're acknowledging your feelings of what's happening within yourself. But at the same time, being able to provide care in the situation that's in front of you. So, like I said last time, like I love that you didn't get preachy or teachy, about the theology, that you believe, because, that wasn't going to be appropriate for them, right? That wasn't going to be helpful. Um, I just love that you were able to really be present and stay in that moment, with him. So great job on this.
Dan, I agree with everything that we've heard and all of the power of your presence and the way you offered your presence to the silence. I love your observation in number 3. You recognize that the relatives that were in the room had already begun the grieving process, that process of community coming together, being present. And that was just a good observation about the grief process and how it looks different for different people. And the chaplain can be so helpful to appreciate 10 people in the room is okay, especially when sometimes hospitals, want to enforce the rules. And so that's great that you are there and you're aware of what's happening. And I appreciate your short questions, that you didn't ask long, complicated questions. You asked when you weren't repeating, or as you skillfully identified, simply making a statement. It was brief and you held that space. And I just thought that was powerful. And then the reflection that you gave us, the theological reflection in number 6, where you have all these questions, and the last one was, what did I do to deserve this? And you've unpacked that, in this setting before with us, and that notion. And so I thought that was an interesting creative use of Genesis to lift those difficult questions. So I loved your theological piece. I think I know what you mean, but I'd love to hear more about what how you define something as an untimely death. Like there's a timely death. So what's the timely death? And then therefore what makes for an untimely death in your theology?
To live a good life full of years with lots of enjoyment and peace. And finally they've anticipated that you've been dying at 85 years old. It is a timely death. People, I've heard people when I've done funerals, they'd say, yeah, grandma was ready. We were all ready. Whereas a 10-year-old, nobody's ready for a 10-year-old to die. The 10-year-old isn't ready. The parents aren't ready. Grandparents aren't ready. They're still thinking that this little guy should be running around in the front yard and trying to learn how to catch a ball or a soccer ball or whatever. There should be graduations, and there should be weddings, and there should be children, and there should be careers, and there should be, college, there should be all those things. But at 10 years old, it all gets cut short. I talked to my 22-year-old grandson the other day, and he was just telling me what he does for a living. And I was just going over that with him and helping him through that. It didn't help him, but just, yeah, I did some of that, and going through it as a very young man starting into his work life. And I was trying to get time to see him, but he wasn't going to be able to. He's up in the beyond Oakland, somewhere in that area. I'm not exactly sure where. And
So to just kind of, excuse me for interrupting. So your sense of a timely death, as you've written it here, has something to do with longevity. And you're clear that in this case, a 10-year-old can't have a timely death because they haven't lived a certain amount of time. Although I think you also might have another perspective about that too, because I hear, about timely death might not only be the value of life is not only linked to time, nor the value of death
there's a saying
only linked to time. Yeah. And
And
I hear that behind your theology.
one of the blessings that sometimes God would say to people is that He would give them long life, and that didn't come here. Told Solomon that
not either or.
Yeah, it's not either or. All life is sacred. Whether it's
And all death is timely.
an 8-year-old or I'm not going to go. I'm not going to. I haven't processed that, but some is tragedy, and some is not tragedy.
Yeah. And your sense of God's presence in all of it.
I used to do a lot of funerals. I was on call with Forest Lawn in Southern California. For 15 years, I probably did at least 2 funerals a month for them.
Wow.
So most of them were grandma, grandpa type of funerals. And I could do those and then go out to lunch with the family, and all the family was relaxed, and it seemed appropriate, as opposed to whenever the little ones. You didn't go out and have lunch afterwards.
Okay. Reverend Joseph, I'll give you.
Well, I wonder if Kelly has a comment about that. Timely death and untimely death.
I think that even when you're young, death can still come in a timely way. Because, I'm thinking about quality of life. I'm thinking about alleviation of suffering. I don't think that the length of time, obviously, I do feel like that's a gift to live a long life, but it's also a gift to live a short life for a short time. It can bring so much joy. It can bring so many wonderful memories. So I don't know another word to say. I think death comes to all when it's supposed to. Well, maybe not when it's supposed to. Death comes to all, and there's meaning in it. There's meaning in it all. Whether that's, it just can look different for different people. you know, it's up to the person who is left behind and experiencing it to make meaning of what, you know, what happened and what this life meant and how you can carry on and carry it with you. And I think there's a holiness about it all. Does that make sense?
We have at the Children's Hospital some kids who have been there for years in the cancer ward. Talked with one that the other day that first encountered the cancer in June, and they've maybe spent 3 weeks outside the hospital. It's coming back over and over and over. And quality of life, sitting in a room for 6 months. Well,
I'm
Yeah.
curious about. I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious about the rest of the group. What do you think about this? It's a sacred topic. There's no right or wrong.
Yeah, I think I share a lot of the sentiments that Kelly shared. Because, you know, every single person dies. And there's always different circumstances surrounding those deaths. And like Kelly said, meaning can be different for everybody. For some people, it can be can give them peace, especially like, you know, Dan has mentioned, for the people who've lived a long life. It can be sometimes for them, the people who are passing in particular, can be a joy because no more pain, no more suffering. And then they get to, depending on their belief, go to the afterlife and meet all of those who've gone before. And sometimes those people too don't really have anyone left here to spend time with anymore. So they really look forward to what's next. But there's times too when yeah, people are asking that question, why was this allowed? Why did this happen? If, you know, God is all good, all knowing, all powerful, why would he allow something like this? And those are valid questions too. And we all have to find our own meaning and answers for these things. The answer that, you know, works for me will be very different than what works for Dan or Kelly, Lisa, or Reverend Joseph, Reverend Donna. Each and every single one of us have to find our own answer to these things. And some people are able to grieve in healthy ways. Some people just can never come to terms with it. And that's their choice. That's their authorship. But yeah, it's tough, but we all have to learn to deal with it in some way as we so choose to do so and find our own meaning in it too.
Yeah, you're right. It's a sacred topic and so important and heavy. Again, I don't think there's an answer to that. Yeah, but it's worthwhile for us to chew on this. Kelly gives us information about the resource. Grace distinguished by Jerry Sitter. A Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Thank you. Right. Very good.
Was that the guy that was in the concentration camp?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Dan,
yes, sir.
if we were in the same space, I'm gonna give you a hug for a celebration. I was so happy to see you not wait until the end and start sharing your Empathy statement from the beginning. Oh my gosh. You said way at the beginning, I don't think I could go through this. Parents shouldn't see their children go through this. Bingo. There's a great difference in a great change in your behavior pattern. So just, is this Dan? I was expecting you to just wait until the end. No, you should from the beginning share this. Oh my gosh. That's a great success then. And then you keep sharing that in the middle. And then I see that it's still difficult for you to make that it seems plus the feeling worse, but in your own way, you repeat it, what you heard. And it's very empathetic. And then you even knew what you were doing. So in then C5, in the analysis, you're talking about it. At 5C, yeah, the analysis. Yes, you're judgmental. Yes, you're instructive, but you're still empathetic. Oh my gosh, this is great success. Wow, what a change. Now I know that you are listening to us in our IS. We talked about this. Me and Dana were like emphasizing this and challenging you, and then, oh, you're doing this. And you see even the value of this, and you tasted the fruits. Oh, you don't know how happy I am. I'm so glad. Okay. So keep up the good work. Okay. And then I hope to see on your next verbatim, which is going to be your last verbatim, I hope to see you try making empathic statement in that formula. It seems feeling words. Okay. Or you seem feeling words. For that to happen, I recommend you to use more feeling words. In the conversation, you used only one feeling word, only one feeling word, including parentheses and everything. FA9, you use, I get a little anxious, and that's it. Except that you continue to explain about your feelings. Seems to me that your feeling is still up here. You continue to explain about your feelings. Instead, I want you to try to feel it with your heart using feeling words. For that to happen, my recommendation is to keep looking at this feeling wheels and start from the center and move to the peripheral, okay? So at least choose 3 feeling words when you try to express how you feel. So next time on your verbatim, I expect to see many more feeling words. And you did use more feeling words in the analysis part. 5C used, this time I did not enter the room with dread. The silences from the prior visit rattled me. These are all wonderful examples. So you have started these steps then. It seems like it's not easy for you, but I want to give you a big applause for making a leap. This is a big leap for you because I never seen you doing this before, and you're doing it right now. What a change. This is great success. So keep up the good work then.
Excellent. All right, Dan. Okay. 10 more minutes and we come back to Kelly. 10-minute break. Thank you, guys. Well done. Kelly, you want to go ahead and start your screen share while we're waiting for Dan and Reverend Joseph? There he is.
Yes, ma'am.
I can hear you.
And we see you coming, Dan. Okay. There you go. Go ahead, Kelly.
So this visit happened last Tuesday. I went and visited NA. She's the 89-year-old female. She lives at a facility in Lexington. She's Caucasian, Christian, and this visit was around 20 minutes. I've seen this patient several times. So this was my 7th visit with her. So I'm hoping my peers and educators can help me to better identify my countertransference in this visit. I assessed that I was experiencing it, but I couldn't put a finger on what it specifically was. I also would like opinions on whether I still handled it appropriately, even though I could not identify specifics about it in the moment. I wanted to share this visit also because I feel like it was an example of how I was able to change interventions in the middle of a visit to benefit the patient. And I'm proud. Yay, I'm doing this.
Yay.
Yay. They are the indicators that I feel like are applicable for this visit. So some background. This is a patient that I've seen many times. She lives in a skilled nursing facility. She has a roommate, but she has a complicated family dynamic. The patient has a state-appointed guardian. Her daughter is not supposed to visit without supervision, but the facility is so short-staffed that they can't enforce this rule. So she's a lot of times there unsupervised, which she's not supposed to be. And I don't have all the details as to why this situation exists. No one's been able to give me a really full story about it, but it's always obvious to me that this patient and her daughter have a very complex past and relationship. I can just tell by the way I've seen them interact in past visits. The last few times I visited, her daughter has been present unsupervised, and the patient has seemed very agitated because of her daughter's presence. She does not seem to communicate as openly when her daughter is present and even after her daughter leaves. And her communication is already pretty limited, but seems even more stifled after one of these unsupervised visits. My personal status, I was feeling good on this day. I felt a little rushed earlier in the day because I had several visits to complete. But when I arrived at the facility, I intentionally slowed myself down by saying a quick prayer and taking a few deep breaths. I wanted to be as fully present as possible with NA. I did feel a little apprehension and almost felt like dread when I wondered if her daughter was going to be present in the visit that day. So my plan, this was my routine monthly visit for NA to check on any spiritual needs or concerns. Typically, if NA is not being visited by her daughter, she usually likes for me to sing and to pray with her. This is what I was hoping for in this visit because it seems to really help lift her spirits. So I need 3 people. I need a chaplain, a patient, and a daughter. The patient says like 2 words, so a very small role, but everybody else gets to talk.
I'll be the patient.
I can be chaplain.
Thank you. Dan, are you willing to be the daughter, please?
I didn't catch on to that I was going to have to talk at all. I think that one is have it as D as well as S, right?
So D is the daughter, P is the patient, and C is the chaplain.
Okay, I think there's an S in there, but I think that is the
Oh. Well,
daughter.
maybe that's an error. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I knock and walk into the patient's room to find her lying in her bed, sitting up with her daughter spooning applesauce into her mouth.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hmm.
Oh, oh, Kelly, good to see you. I'm not going to make my voice like that. Good to see you. Mom, it's the chaplain. You remember her, right?
I walk over to the opposite side of the bed from the patient's daughter so I can see NA more closely. I bend down to her eye level, smile, and share an enthusiastic hello. NA smiles back largely. Her eyes looked happy to see me through her big, thick glasses.
Well, Mom, say hello. Tell her hello.
NA frowns and doesn't say anything as she continues to look at me, now with a different look in her eyes, something bleaker. Her daughter gets annoyed.
You are so stubborn. I swear. Here, eat your applesauce.
NA's daughter proceeded to shove a spoonful of applesauce into NA's closed mouth. NA then spit it back out. Her daughter got frustrated at this. She wiped up the sauce with a napkin and tried to spoon feed her another bite, but NA turned away. Watching the whole thing made me feel uncomfortable. Why was she forcing her mother to eat? I was feeling something here I couldn't put my finger on. Was this bringing up some countertransference? Mother and daughter relationships usually do trigger me somehow. Or perhaps this is something that doesn't feel right with my personal orienting system. I can't seem to identify it in the moment, and so I decide to put it aside in my mind for reflection later.
Has she not been eating well?
Oh, she's been eating okay. I just like to make sure that she gets enough. Here, Mom, eat your food.
She tried to feed her again, but NA refused. I wonder if the daughter has been educated on end of life and changes in eating habits. It does not feel good to me that she seems so forceful with this. I prepare myself to provide some education on this, but before I can, she starts speaking again.
I'm actually glad you're here, Kelly. I have an appointment that I have to get to and need to leave now. You can stay with Mom.
Oh, yes, of course.
Great. I just love you, Kelly. You're so sweet. Here, come sit by Mom and I'll leave you to it.
NA's daughter cleans up her mom's lunch tray, gathers her things, and gets ready to leave. I move over to the opposite side of the bed and take a seat.
Bye, Mom. Love you.
Pause.
I said I love you. Hello. You're such a stubborn old thing.
She leaves. The room feels much quieter and also lighter, like a tension has lifted. Not a tension within myself, but a tension that was within this room. Actually, maybe I was feeling a little tension. I wonder what that was about. I settle back into my seat and engage the patient.
Miss NA, how are you feeling today?
She didn't answer me, but was staring somewhere else. I followed her gaze, and for the first time I noticed that the TV was on. A woman was on TV talking about the Bible. She seemed to be sharing some kind of devotion.
Oh, this seems like a nice program. Do you watch this a lot?
She did not answer, but kept staring. I sat for several minutes and watched the program with her. During a commercial break, I tried to engage again.
Miss NA, would you like for me to sing to you today? I know you enjoy that.
No reaction. I realized the interventions I had planned may not be what the patient needs today. I decided to change tactics.
That's okay. How about I sit with you for a while?
I caught the smallest movement of the corner of her mouth, maybe a small smile. I smiled myself and sat with her for around 15 minutes. During that time, I thought about how maybe she really needed some quiet time. Her daughter is always trying to make her talk or make her do things. She didn't need conversation. She needed companionship and quiet. Maybe she needed the freedom to do what she wanted for a while. After our quiet time together, I offered prayer.
Miss NA, can I pray for you today?
Yes.
She whispered this. I felt happy that she spoke to me today.
Is there anything I can specifically pray for?
No.
Okay. Can I put my hand on your shoulder?
She nodded, so I did.
Let's pray. Holy God, I thank you so much for the beautiful Miss NA. Please, Lord, continue to be present with her and wrap her up in your love, comfort, and care. Help her to feel that you are always near and bring her your reassuring peace and rest. It is in your Son's name I pray. Amen.
I spent a few more minutes with NA before saying goodbye and exiting. So the patient has a history of faith and has support from the facility and hospice team. The patient usually loves prayer and hymns. Family dynamics seem to be difficult for this patient. I've assessed that the patient appreciates rest and peace. During the visit, I felt uncomfortable at first when the daughter was feeding the patient. I did feel some tension toward the daughter, and I believe the patient did as well. However, the daughter seemed maybe unaware of this. I was happy that NA and I ended up having a good visit. It felt peaceful at the end of our time. In C5, part of me wishes I would have been more confrontational about the daughter feeding NA. However, I think I hesitated because I don't know the full situation with their family dynamic. To me, this seemed to be too much and that she needed to back off. This is why I wish I would have had a chance to do some education around this with the daughter. This is going to be a priority for me when I see her next. So I'm going to partner with nursing and social work to try to find out more about NA's family situation. I'll see if I can contact her guardian also for more information. In C9, I was able to change interventions to connect with the patient. I think this was a good visit, and I was able to display many strengths in this visit. I struggled with identifying my specific countertransference, but I recognized that something was coming up for me. I assessed that this patient needed rest and peace. The patient did not want to talk or interact much. She needed peaceful companionship, and I was able to provide non-anxious presence, meaningful silence, companionship, prayer, therapeutic touch via a hand on her shoulder, and attempts at therapeutic conversation. In this visit, I encountered the sacred within the silence and the quiet time that we shared together. It was a comfortable and meaningful silence. It reminded me of the scripture from 1 Kings 19:12-13, where God wasn't in the fire or the earthquake or the whirlwind. Instead, God was in the silence, in the gentle whispers. Social justice issues. As someone approaches end of life, it is normal for their appetite to decrease or even for them to refuse food more often. And in hospice, we try to educate families that it's important to follow the patient's lead and to not force foods because this can cause choking, aspiration, and other symptoms. It felt uncomfortable to me to witness it because it felt like she was forcing her. So I am planning to consult with the interdisciplinary team about this patient and see if there are ways we could work together to continue to benefit her care and to learn more about her situation. And I'm planning to educate the daughter around end-of-life symptoms and stages, especially around eating. And here is the charting that I did. You guys want to look at that? It's just a short summary of everything I just shared with you. And again, my consultation points help me to better identify my countertransference and opinions on whether I still handled it appropriately, even though I couldn't identify specifics about it in the moment.
Well, as far as countertransference, who do you think this reminds you of?
I don't know. That's what I couldn't figure out. I don't know if it was a specific person or if it was something about the situation.
Gabby daughter?
I do have a daughter.
but it's but your daughter is young.
Yes.
The crabby daughter was she kind of acting like a 13, 14-year-old daughter?
No, I don't think that was it.
Or was it uncomfortable mother that reminded you of somebody?
Something triggered me about this situation. Like, to me, it almost felt like the daughter was torturing her mother. And I wanted to be like, stop that. Um, but I also recognize, like, I don't know the full story. I don't know the full situation. I don't know, I was trying to be um tactful and reflective in trying to offer feedback to her. But like, there was a big part of me that was like, stop force feeding this woman.
I've always said that you can't beat a person at their own game. And daughter's game was, what would you say daughter's game was in regards to you and in regards to mama?
I think that from her perspective, she was trying to be helpful because, mom's not, mom's maybe not eating herself, so she's trying to help her eat. And maybe she just doesn't understand. And that's why, like, I kept saying, like, oh, I just need to maybe provide some education. But also, I wonder a lot about what their situation is, because she doesn't seem to obey a lot of the rules, for the care of her mother. And so I don't know. There was just a lot about it that felt really bad and icky to me, inappropriate. And the facility isn't enforcing the rules. And so there was a lot about it that I felt like, I do think it goes against my orienting system. I feel like, I value people's choices and people's autonomy and decisions around things. And so trying to force someone to eat that doesn't want to just feels bad to me. So I don't know. I feel like there were a lot of different dynamics in this visit that I struggled with. And I think maybe that's why I had trouble keeping track of my own stuff, because I felt like there was a lot of other stuff that I was trying to think about and focus on. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense to anybody?
You're making sense. You're making sense.
Could it be that daughter really is not accepting mama's decline and just expects her to just be rational and as I watch that happen, not even accepting the fact that this is a problem with mama. Mama's not acting like mama did 30, 40 years ago. And she's trying to make her feel like that, act like that. Could that be part of it? You're such a stubborn woman, she said.
Yeah, I think there might be some of that going on, because she really, like, I really believe that she thinks she's being helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there might be some of that going on with her. Yes.
Kelly, I first want to celebrate with you, especially regarding what you said here in the second part. I changed my interventions in the middle of the visit to benefit the patient. Not only that, we say, I am proud I am doing this. Yes, you should be proud. That is, you are at your level. It goes to show that you are at your level. And I know just how difficult it is to change things up too. because you could have very much just continued going on down the same path, but you were like, hey, this isn't working. Let's try something else. And you saw the fruit of it. So I want to celebrate that with you because that is hard work, especially, you have all of these feelings kind of buried within you throughout this visit too, as you're watching this interaction with patient and her daughter. But you were still able to hold that space for her, able to assess that she needed quiet and peace. You made that change, and boom, she was then responsive to you throughout the rest of the visit. I think that made all the difference in the world, you making that change in the visit. So kudos to you. And again, I hope you can really celebrate with yourself for that, because that is huge. That is huge. With regards to your countertransference, I noticed in a couple of things that you shared. One was in the verbatim. It was under 2B when you're talking about the daughter being there. I did feel a little apprehension. It almost felt like dread when I wondered if her daughter was going to be present during the visit today. So it seems like there's something about the daughter that's kind of causing this reaction with you. And then even when you were sharing in response to Dan's question, you mentioned it seemed like it was torture. So kind of sensing it's like this almost seems like a violent situation to you. And you really wanted to tell her, stop that. As you're thinking about countertransference here, looking back on your life and in your experiences, was there a situation too where you wanted to say, stop that?
So I'm getting like memories of when I was not listened to. It was almost like I was remembering like times when I would talk with my family, specifically my mother or my sister, and they just would not hear anything I said and would just, go off and talk about something else. And I just wanted to be like, stop that. Like, I'm trying to tell you what I need. I'm trying to tell you what's going on with inside of me, and you're ignoring it.
As I'm sensing you're seeing yourself in the patient, stop it. And I mean, didn't verbally say stop it, but physically, that's what she was saying. She was moving her body, she was spitting it out. And if she could have screamed at the top of her lungs, I'm pretty sure she would have said, stop it. Um, so what do you think about that, Kelly? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, that brings a lot of clarity to me. Because like in the middle of the visit, I just couldn't put my finger on it. I'm like, why does this feel like I like felt it deep. I was like, why does this feel so bad? Like it just feels so bad. And yeah, like it was almost like I wanted to do the screaming for her, you know?
Again, kudos to you for making that connection and doing that hard work because countertransference is difficult stuff. And so, yeah, I think it's really powerful that you're able to recognize that now that this is little Kelly wanting to get up and scream, stop it. Yeah. Again, a lot of celebrations here, Kelly.
I agree, Kelly. There's a lot to be celebrated. It was a well-written paper, and um, I feel like the what you connected with as well was the mother. Her voice was taken away, and her power. you know, and and she probably felt defeated because the daughter kept trying to, force things upon her. And you probably that resonated with you when you were younger, no power, you know. But I like how you recognized in the middle and you switched it up, and because, you know, I don't know, maybe I would have kept going and like not even paying attention, but it's just that skill that you have now, that you're in your fourth unit. So I appreciate that you changed it up and gave a different care that you seemed to, she would need you because like, well, she always likes singing, so let me just sing to her. But you asked and she didn't say anything, so you just let her sit in her silence because that's what you felt like she needed best, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lisa.
Kelly, I think you've identified what you will do by saying stop it. Within your personality, you can't just for you, it would be very difficult for you just to boldly walk up to us and say, no, I want you to cut this out now. You cut it out now, and I don't want to ever see that happen again. For you and your personality, you can't pull that out. But you mentioned something that you are going to do to be able to say, cut it out. You can't do it the full bold attack of going ahead and going as though you've got this big stick and you're going to club her over the head if she doesn't do it. But you are going to the interdisciplinary team and to be able to enforce the stop it. Is that right? You've got to do it your way. Am I saying that right?
I think so, because yeah, I think so. Because like to me, it's a dignity issue. It's a justice issue for me, for her to be treated like she's a valuable person, a valuable human being. And, you know, if I was her, if I was in her place, I wouldn't want somebody force feeding me, right? So yeah, I think, that's my way of, I'm not at all ignoring the issue. Like I'm still pursuing the issue with the help of the interdisciplinary team, um, with the help of her guardian. Um, hopefully, um, hopefully there can be more work done to see that she's treated well and appropriately. So yeah, I wish I was bold enough sometimes to say what's really on my mind and what's really on my heart. But I think have the humility to recognize like I don't always know everything. And so I'm trying to do more of that like background work to make sure like that I fully understand what's really happening in front of me.
In some of the verbatims we have, you've read all of our verbatims and you took them apart. Some of the ones I noted. And I think that you do that in your work as well. You find all the details and try to line them all up. You can't. I think if Donna was in the middle of this, she would have that's part of her personality. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but she could have gone up and said, "This is the way we're cutting this out now." But we have to do things our way. I can't force myself to do things somebody else's way because that's not part of my personality. So you already proposed of what you were going to do to make her stop it. Your way, your strength that nobody else can do.
I like that, Dan, because it's true. Like everybody who's a chaplain provides care in a unique way. So yes, I think that's true.
I'm so appreciative of your awareness of the countertransference, even though you can't name it, and your skill to be able to say, I got to set this aside. I don't know exactly what this is going, but you're in that room, you're engaged. And to read through your verbatim And it goes from she's spooning her applesauce to she's shoving her applesauce. Then, as you talk about it, you talk about torture and dignity and a loss of dignity and a loss of autonomy, a loss of voice, a loss of being valued as a human being. That is an escalating emotional journey. And you're there. You capture it in the verbatim, and clearly you're experiencing it. And so I just kudos for your self-awareness. And thank you for bringing this, here and being able to talk about it and revisit the whole thing with us. Um, I'm curious, I'm experiencing you in the visit as I'm reading it here and you're talking about it as leaning into what you don't know, as opposed to perhaps leaning in to what you do know in that moment. And can you say a little bit about that and explore that with us?
Sure. So I understand like that I'm not going to know everything about every situation and every person. But what and sometimes in our visits, we don't have that much time to, figure things out. Like you do have to go off of what, as Nathan illustrated earlier with his visit, like sometimes you don't have that opportunity to really know, you know, everything about people or their situations. And so I think in my visits, I think in my visits, I do like to lean into what I do know about the person as much as I can, but also accept the fact that there's going to be some uncertainty as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Can I reframe that a little bit, Kelly?
sure.
So in the visit, as you talk about it, there's discomfort, from spooning to shoving to torture, it's unpleasant, the patient does not want the behavior that is being forced upon them. And what you lean into is, well, I don't know the family dynamics. I don't know why there's a required supervised visit. What you know is a visit's going on and it's not supervised. I don't know, maybe the daughter really thinks she's helping. You don't know that, but what you know is the daughter isn't helping. There's tension in the room. So what would it look like to lean into what you know, all those things, and how you feel and act, as opposed to creating the list of what you don't know and anticipating perhaps some future action? That's what I mean by leaning a different way. What would it look like to act on what you knew as opposed to your responses to figure out all that you don't know? That's what your action was.
Probably I want to say that I would have tried to speak with the daughter more and find out more information from her while she was there. Um,
All those emotions make it difficult to make that shift. And I really want you to give yourself that acknowledgement. And I think your observation of you would educate. You wonder, had she been educated? And if I can push just a little bit, I wondered if there was plenty of time to educate, but you just didn't educate. And plenty of time to advocate for the woman in the bed, but you didn't.
yeah, I wondered about that myself. And when I think about that, I think that's part of my countertransference because when I was young, that's how little Kelly would deal with situations like this.
Yeah.
Is that, that freezing and, just waiting for it to stop.
Yeah. Maybe even some fawning, she responds to you with she's so happy you're there, she loves you, and you're like, yes, 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 I'll visit with her, sort of making yourself small so you don't, not just freezing. That's powerful observation.
Yeah, that definitely reminds me of how I was in childhood. Like, just just doing what you have to do to like get through the bad part.
Yeah. That's you feeling that right now, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to acknowledge that. That's powerful observation, Kelly. Powerful observation. Thank you so much for bringing this and sharing it. And I'm going to put my chaplain manager's hat on for a moment and say I would have expected in the chart note a visit was going on with someone who required supervision and they were not supervised. The patient appeared to be being forced to eat. And that too is another form of advocacy that at least it could have got documented in the chart because you had enough time to chart. And in that moment, I wonder what was happening with Kelly when she's charting, that even then it's hard to kind of come out of that, all of that you were experiencing. You were experiencing a lot. So I just bring that to your awareness, the intentionality that you had of taking that deep breath to go into that visit and you to bring some deep breaths before you chart. That's wonderful. Reverend Joseph, I know you want to share.
I observe Kelly is still processing, so I'm waiting for Kelly to summarize and take it in.
Okay.
I really appreciate you all in helping me think through this further, because I feel like this kind of work is really helpful for me in noticing what's going on with inside myself. It's been really, I mean, it's really eye-opening to me to recognize like there was so much stuff going on and to still in the midst of that, even though I wasn't able to recognize specifically in the moment what it was, but I was still able to provide good care for the patient.
Yes.
Before I get to Kelly, I'm just amazed with the group processing today, especially with Kelly's. All of you, Nathan, Dan, and Lisa, all of you could provide your perspective on which Kelly could have a better insight, more insight. So I was amazed that Dan was referring to your way of approaching this. Lisa, you're commenting on the changing the approach in the middle, evaluate and change. And then Nathan, you're inviting Kelly to have a better grasp of the kind of transference and all of this. Like, oh, I see this group is working as a norming group. You guys are norming group. working group. Just want to celebrate that with the whole group. And Kelly, I just want to bring to your notice that this is my assumption, but I assume that Kelly, you knew what was going to happen in this verbatim seminar today. You knew where we were going. You invited us to go that way that you expect us to go. So this is all happening based upon your choice, your agency. So you're basically empowering yourself. You're basically telling Kelly, it's okay. Let's jump in and have some fun. So you decided not to freeze this time, not to be imprisoned in that, in the freezing mode. So I just want to bring it back to you. This is all based upon your choice and your courage. And I hope you can remember this. As long as you take the courage and to change the course, it will happen the way you expect. Yeah. And let me do some advocacy for you. And this is my assumption. One of the reasons why it might have felt difficult for you to get it as raw as it's supposed to be about the countertransference. Until this verbatim, I couldn't fully understand why it was so difficult for you to go to this specific area of countertransference that has to do with your mom and your sister. And then the one thing that I recognize is that they're so violent. She was so violent. You're so intrusive, so violent. So somebody who was not not there for you usually, but just shows up out of blue. And when that person shows up out of blue, then she gets violent and dismissive of your choice and your opinion. Doesn't even listen to you and starts spoon feeding you about her opinion, don't care about your opinion, and being very violent. Of course you get afraid. Of course you get frozen. And you know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Who might be your,
It's my sister.
yeah, yeah. So, I mean, but thank you for bringing this. Again, I mean, it's all began with your choice, and you knew that it was time for you to get out of this imprisonment of freezing, and just want to celebrate that with you. And this great, great job. And then, as Lisa mentioned, when you decide not to go your to-go place, which is, singing, I was like, wow, Kelly, how could you do that in the midst of all of this tension and chaos? And wow. I was like, this is such a great, it tells me that you are almost at the level of unconscious competence, even though you didn't know about that fully grasping it, but you're just doing it. Like Kelly and Nathan, I think, oh, both of you are just really well at the best. So great job, Kelly. You have to be, you have to be very proud of yourself and just keep this for your evidence for board certification.
There's two places that I think this becomes an even stronger verbatim for your board certification. Was the volume off on the television during the time that you're calling it silent, quiet time, or was the volume on?
It was very soft.
Okay, I know that's often the case in those settings. That's worth noting because it just enhances the silence and quiet space you were holding. And then you raised your theological question in number 7 about, God wasn't in the fire or the earthquake or the whirlwind. Instead, God was in the gentle whisper. And so, how was God present for the patient?
I still believe that God was present in the silence for the patient, in the rest, and the peace, of just being.
Can I push it a little bit with my theology?
Okay.
I think God was present in the interrupter of the chaplain who walked in the room, went to the bed, saw the person who was not being treated humanely, treated them humanely with their greeting, held physical space, didn't shy away, didn't leave the room. I think God was present as Kelly held that space and changed the tension, even though no words came out of your mouth in the way that you described you would have liked to have educated. But I think God interrupted. And then a safe space was created that you stayed in. And so I don't know if that's earthquake, fire, whirlwind, or what. But I also think God was an interrupter in the presence of a spiritual caregiver called Kelly. And thank you for interrupting and being there for her. Well done. So you could add that line if you wanted to. It's an even more powerful verbatim, but it's powerful on its own, just as it is. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something else that happened is that towards the end, you stayed there with her in silence. I noted that especially because there were times for a long time with my late wife where for hours we would just sit there holding hands. She couldn't say anything, and I didn't say anything. But when if she would finally figure out who I was, that little hand started coming across, and I would hold her hands for as long as she could endure it or went to sleep, and then I left. So that your assessment was right that sometimes she just wants quiet and presence, can't endure a lot of noise. And eventually all that the daughter was doing stopped. And I think that's what Donna was getting at, is eventually all that stopped when you came in.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You okay, Kelly? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good too. Because you guys are good. So we have IPG next. Joseph, did you have any announcement or housekeeping you wanted to do before we do IPG? No? Okay. Then do we want to break before we go into IPG or go straight into it? What say ye?
I need a little bit of a break.
Feeling bit of a break? Okay. I'll see you in 10 minutes for IPG. Thank you. Wow, that was quick. Everybody back. So do I have it right? Our IPG would go from 135 to 220. Is that correct? 40 minutes?
Yeah, 40 minutes will do, I think.
Okay. All right, guys. So you know the opportunity. I will not say the drill. You know the opportunity.
Well, I'd like to claim maybe 10 minutes max, if that's okay with the group.
That sounds good.
All
Thank you.
right. Let me start a timer here. So yeah, I missed you guys last week, but needed to do some much needed self-care. Throughout the majority of the day, I just slept. And it was some much needed sleep. Um, and then I just kind of decided not to focus on, any sort of work, homework, whatever. I actually started editing some of the videos that I made with my friend. We played you guys know the video game Halo, and I recorded some of it and just edited the footage down, um, which took a long time because there's probably about 4 or 5 hours of gameplay, and I edited all of that down to like 15 minutes. Even though that is kind of work, so to speak, I actually really enjoyed it. I know editing can be draining sometimes and stuff like that, but it was just fun to look back through the fun that we had together and just be able to create something that I enjoyed. So that was really fulfilling time for me. And as I was kind of doing all of this self care, I, being the reflective person that I am, constantly thinking, was just kind of wondering, why am I at where I'm at? Why am I feeling the way I've been feeling? Um, and, I have, even with the verbatim like today and just all the work that I've done in the past year, I have lots of reason to celebrate, not only with CPE, but in other areas of my life too. But there's just always been this, uh, I don't know if it's kind of like this emptiness or just something within me that's just never feeling content, never feeling satisfied. And it's just kind of like, where's this coming from? And still trying to find the answer to that. But I think a lot of it does stem from just not giving myself permission to be happy. It might have a lot to do with mindset and perspective, and probably has to do with over responsibility too, carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. And I have to be perfect. I have to do all of these things, but it's I don't have to do all of those things. I don't even have to do anything. It's perfectly fine for me just to be me as I am now. I'm good enough as I am now. Um, but yeah, it's just like I don't know why I don't allow myself to just be happy, to feel that happiness, to be content. And a lot of that probably does stem from, childhood and all of that, which is why I mentioned today, I probably do need to delve some more into that as well. But I'm trying to continue to just allow myself to enjoy things that, even if it's not the most productive or what have you, that's fine. I can simply just enjoy, editing a video. I can enjoy watching a video. I can enjoy um, the progress that I've made. It's not about getting there. I should still be able to appreciate the journey along the way too. So that's kind of where I've been at and where I'm at currently, I'm trying to allow myself to have joy in my life because I think a lot of it's just like dis discontent. Because looking back on like, where I thought I was going to be at this time in my life now, years back, it's like, oh, I already be married, already have a house, all of those things. And now that I'm not there, it's like, well, this sucks, but that's okay. This is the journey that I needed to go through. And to be honest, I never would have imagined making all of this inner progress, this inner work, a year ago. This was only possible because of CPE. Otherwise, I can only imagine how many blind spots I would still have now, or how stuck I would still be in all of my previous behaviors and patterns. And so I have a lot of reason to celebrate. Logically, I understand that. It's just not translating down into the heart and just allowing myself to feel that joy and celebration yet. Um, so I'm trying to get there slowly but surely. I'm confident that I will get there. Um, but yeah, that's just kind of where I've been at. So thank you guys for assisting me and helping me, journeying with me throughout this process. And it's because of all of you that, yeah, I have been able to make all of this change. And it's also because of my faith that's allowed me to not give up and keep going. So, very grateful for all of you. And yeah, I don't, if you feel like commenting, you can feel free, but I pretty much yield my time and just wanted to update you. So thank you.
I think it's good that at least you made the steps toward recognizing the discontentment that you're feeling, but also that you should celebrate yourself and find joy. And, I understand what you're saying about not being where you want to be in life at a certain age. I think we look at people and well, my life should be there, but like Dan was telling Kelly, we all come to things on our own, and we all have different paths of way of doing things. So there's no cookie cutter model for being, um, I think you would probably be surprised that the people would look at you and say, man, I wish I was like him. He's got it all together. You know, we look at other people and we want what they have, but they look at us and want what we have. So I think you're doing great, and I think you're going to continue to grow and do great because of CPE, because it's a great program, and it does help you to look deep into yourself and get into those feelings you don't want to get into and all that. But I mean, it definitely has helped me. So I think you're headed in the right direction. Just hang in there.
And thank you for that word, Lisa. The phrase that came to mind as you were sharing is comparison is the thief of joy, which is very true. Yeah. And even that you mentioned, people being jealous of you, part of my mind's like, no. But then hearing you say it too, it was very powerful. So thank you for that. Yeah.
You're welcome. I like to claim a few minutes, maybe about 5 minutes. I um I was talking to my therapist one day, this maybe last week or this week, might have been this week, but she was asking me, we were some things we were discussing, and I was like, you know what, I don't feel that way anymore. I said, because I've been taking CPE. She wanted to know what that was, and I told her, I said it's kind of really helped me deal with my own emotions and kind of regulate my emotions and get in touch with my feelings and to really find out who I am. I know I haven't been in it that long, but this is some deep work and it's some you got to be willing to you got to be willing to reveal yourself, the skeletons and everything. And I think it's just been really helpful for me. And I've been able to find a little bit more peace and um, contentment with who I am, just because of this program. It's been really, really helpful to me. I'm finished.
Yeah, even in this unit, Lisa, already been able to witness how much growth and progress you've made. So I can only imagine what if you choose to do more units, what that whole process will look for you. And by the time you're done, completely changed and transformed Lisa. And so for you to be able to have that conversation with your therapist and be like, I'm already changing, I've already changed. That's that's amazing. That's really encouraging. So thank you for sharing that with us, Lisa.
Thank you, Nathan.
So guys, I'm just gonna let you know where I'm at. I'm very emotionally tired. Very. You know, not just from things in my personal life, but also I counted my caseload today and I realized that I have lost 8 patients this month. And that's a lot. And so I'm just very tired. So that's kind of why I'm not sharing today. I'm just gonna rest because I feel like that's what I need is just some time to rest and reflect on all these things, all these wonderful people. So
I think I identify with that. I had one week where I had to be there while 3 people were recognizing they were losing their babies. And then the other day, one man is probably right the next verbatim. His 22-year-old son was shot and killed. Then today, before we had this session, another man called me up, said he'd been stabbed 3 times and just got out of the hospital. So it does produce a time when you have to be, at least for me anyway, quiet. So I'm going to go to Pismo. You wanted to go with me to Yosemite. If you want to come to Pismo, you can come with me. Just stick your feet in cold water. And it does make a time of, I don't know if melancholy is the right word, but you need the quiet, overstimulation. Not overwhelmed, just need to slow it down or something. Told Nathan I could take him to Yosemite, but he hasn't said yes yet.
Planning to call you Dan. I swear.
Plan on it next week.
Kelly, I relate to you about the fatigue, the emotional, spiritual fatigue. after losing that many um, beloved ones. There are patients, but at the same time, there are beloved ones. Yeah. And if I could speak on behalf of them, I would say thank you so much for holding the space for me. They would say, and respecting my time, my presence. Because for so many people, it may seem useless or like they just let the nature take the course, but they have a value. Their time means, and you appreciate that, and you hold the space for them. And if I were them, I would really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, Kelly, even for me, if I have two deaths during a shift, it can just be overwhelming. And I often say the prayer, God, I can't handle one more, please. Please, no more today, let alone 8 patients in a month. That's a lot. And then not only that, but then, the personal losses in your life too. Yeah, I would be surprised if you weren't emotionally tired. And so, yeah, I just hope you're able to have those pauses wherever you need to. Um, Take those breaks, do that self care. Because, yeah, the world and your care recipients are so blessed because of the space and presence that you're able to offer all of them. So we want you to be at your best so that uh, the world can still continue to be blessed by all of these great and amazing gifts that you have to offer. So I hope you can be gentle with yourself when you're feeling this tired. Um, and don't be too hard on yourself or feel like, I have to do all of these things. But yeah, just be gentle and allow yourself to grieve those losses.
Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, I even had thought about like maybe I should take tomorrow off because I'm so tired and it just doesn't feel good to me to go and visit folks when I know that I'm almost empty, you know. Um, so yeah, I'm probably gonna take some time tomorrow and just be quiet. Um, Maybe do some reading or something else because I I feel like I really need that. Um, yeah, I just am feeling like I need to sleep like you did last week.
Dan, I see you're off mute. Were you getting ready to say something, or you weren't aware?
Well, I just unaware that it was on there. I've just been quiet, nothing big happening in my wife is over in Thailand right now, and she's enjoying herself tremendously with all of her family. She she I encourage her to go see her family at least every couple of years. It's an expensive little trip, but she needs to see her. She's got sisters that are older than her, and we're not young, and just has to have that time to get back into her culture, her friends. I encourage that. I don't like it, but she needs that.
Have you ever gone with her?
2 years ago, I did. I met her family. So they were asking this time, where's Dan? And she's saying, well, what about me? Where's Dan? And I enjoyed it. I went swimming with Nemo out in the bay, snorkeling out there. It's like you get a speedboat with two crew members, and one of them is a videographer, and you take pictures of me swimming with Nemo, and Nemo is a little fish about that big out in on the bottom. So I had to dive down to the bottom and swim around Nemo and wave and get a bunch of pictures. Mostly my wife posing. She likes the camera, and the camera likes her. I won't even say how many thousands of pictures she's got of herself. And all I can do is laugh at this silly little girl. I don't see how so many others do it with working as much as you do, as well as doing CPE. I'm just doing CPE, and that's probably engages about 40 hours a week for me just doing this. And how the others do it and work and take care of kids. No wonder you're tired. Gee. How many hours are you working, Kelly, besides CPE?
I work 40 hours full time.
Plus CPE.
Yes.
You're talking close to 60 hours a week.
Well, that's kind of what I was doing in my residency. So,
Plus kids, plus a husband.
yes.
Or is he still there? Barely.
He's definitely still here. He's really busy too. He's got 2 jobs that he works. So it's a lot. It's a lot for us right now.
Well, I did that for 20 years, but I can't do that anymore. Old age does that to you. I'm doing good just to be able to keep up with this.
You know, it's funny, Dan, because I even reflect back on my life. And I remember when I was in seminary, I was taking a full course load of seminary, a unit of CPE, and I was working a full-time job. And when I look back at that now, I was like, how did I do that? But I was young. I was really young.
Well,
I didn't have children.
I was a minister of church and had 3 children and a wife, and I had to work part-time to be able to, was substitute school teacher and a substitute bus driver, all at the same time while going through seminary. Of course, I had a very part-time seminary experience when I did that. Yeah, I did that when I was 30. I'm not 30 anymore. I'm not 40 anymore. I'm not 50 anymore. I'm not even 60 anymore. I'm not 70 anymore.
I thought you were 50 then. Maybe I was mistaken.
That's just the way I look, this youthful appearance that you see. This this appearance that women just swoon over all the time because that looks more youthful. That was a, I just feel grateful, privileged to be able to do what I do at the age that I am. By the time my father was my age, he'd been dead for about 12 years. So, yeah, I feel grateful just to be able to still be able to do something like this that most people in a lifetime never get the opportunity to be able to do. And it's certainly, as you pointed out, another old man is going to come on in another couple months, but not here yet. But to be able to do it as an older man and be able to still push on in life, still be able to feel used by God, that's such a privilege to me. I some others will joke about getting overtime. I said, well, I'm going to get overtime too. I'm going to get paid time and a half for doing that holiday. Get paid exactly time and a half for doing what I'm doing now. Time and a half or nothing is nothing. But I feel privileged to be able to do that. It's hard work. And yeah, you see these people suffer and you hear their stories. You sit alongside of them. And you lose their babies with them in my case over here. And say better me than somebody else. So I didn't claim any time, but that's where I was, just a solitude of gratitude, I guess.
I appreciate all of you sharing, and I appreciate the sort of collective witness to the amount of work that we do. And I feel a justice issue with it as well. The both the gratitude for the work we do, but also a kind of a justice issue on almost the norm of working the way we do. So it's like, it's living, and I'm grateful. But yeah.
I even feel good about being able to share that with some of the other chaplains. And just to be able to say, I am glad to be able there. And I work in a hospital that has a good collective attitude. And some of the ones where I'm at, the chaplains have all had some very strong challenges in the last 2-3 months. Every one of them has had to take time off because of something happening. And I've been there to be able to make up the difference. And they've been grateful for me being able to be there to do that work that they couldn't do. And that's been helpful in working with that. I'm not just the student there.
Did you think you're just a student?
Oh, and no. I've come into it. If I've going into it, yes, I was just a student. I was there just to learn. I was there to figure it out. And I would, whenever I come into a new situation, I always take the back of the room approach. I don't push myself to the front. I take the back of the room approach. And that has worked out. I'm not just they introduced me as one of the students. I mean, not one of the students, one of the chaplains. If we have to go somewhere, this is Chaplain Dan. To make sure that I'm mentioned in there. And we don't have a huge program over there, One of the hospitals, community hospital, has, how many, Nathan, do they have? A dozen, 2 dozen chaplains? But I feel good about just being right where I am.
So if you're not just a student, what are you now?
Over there, I'm one of the chaplains. And in a way, I dress so that I am seen as just one of the chaplains. I notice how other people are seen by how they dress, and I go along with it so that I'm not just said as, the chaplain, the student. Um, Sometimes by being a little bit older and dressing in a white shirt and a tie, um, I'm able to just be one of the chaplains, not somebody just starting out.
So how do you feel about that? That's my last question.
Or you give me that feeling word again. There comes with a bit of pride, not the pride that comes before the fall, but proud of what I do. Grateful, as I think I've said before. Um, I be, I'm not sure how long, but I believe in divine appointments. I'm not sure how far I take that, but I believe it's there. I've said I understand the book of Jonah. Jonah said, God said, go over here to Nineveh, and Job said, no, I'm going to Spain, and God provided the transportation and the opportunity. So I understand that. So I'm right where I'm supposed to be. If I'm supposed to be somewhere else, I'd be somewhere else. So I am. I think the word, most of what I pull around, yes, I get tired. I get fatigued. I get exhausted sometimes. But when I'm at my better moments, I'm just grateful to be here.
Good on you, Dan, for claiming all those feeling words right there.
He keeps talking about feelings. Told him a couple weeks ago, it's like talking about that I speak French and he speaks adobo or something. Anyway, I'm done. I didn't even intend to start.
It feels like we're at an end. Am I reading the room right? All right. Okay. Thank you guys so much for another empowering day of reflection and journeying with you. I feel privileged to be a part of your journey. So thank you. And I'll see some of you tomorrow. Yeah.
Kelly and Lisa, I'll see you tomorrow at 4:30 at the restaurant.
Yay.
We'll eat wonderful dinner thinking about you guys.
Good. Have dessert. Good night, everyone.